Welcome to Looking at Legal Stuff. Today we have the third and final part of an evidentiary hearing for grandparent visitation rights after Dad and the Stepmom abruptly stopped the granddaughter's regular visitation with her maternal grandparents after Mom was sent to prison for 6 years. The grandparents claim that they've had a relationship with the child since birth and that they saw the child regularly, including the first year that Mom was in prison. They claim that it's the stepmother, who's no stranger to the legal system herself, who was the one that began causing issues between them, and they fear that she's the one who's controlling Dad's actions. They say that Dad not only made unilateral parenting decisions despite there being joint legal custody, but he's also effectively cut Mom from having contact with the child too, because Dad and the stepmom refused to allow the child to talk to Mom directly, so she used to do that during her parents' visitation time. What does the stepmom have to say for herself? Let's find out.
The 37th Circuit Court is now in session with the Honorable Brian K. Kirkham presiding. It is Tuesday, October 1st, 2024 at 8:47 a.m. for 2019-2687 DC for Cronkite versus State of Morgan and the interveners Jamie and Carlina Morgan, Attorney Reed for the plaintiff and Attorney Bartel for the defendant and the interveners.
Okay. Good morning to everyone. I'll
Good
check
morning.
with Miss Morgan. I see she got up. I don't know if she's having any difficulties or what she's doing. Miss Morgan, are you there and able to hear us? Well, she was there, but we'll wait until she returns and see what's happening.
Hello?
Yes, Miss Toledo, you're fine. We can hear you. You just,
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Miss Morgan, are you able to hear us?
And it doesn't look like she is. Her audio is connected, as you can see, but that's a different issue now.
Were you able to hear her when she came on, Jesus?
No, because I had called NBOC twice and they said that she was on her way there. So I didn't test her audio because it was only after 8:30 as I was setting everything up.
Well, we need to do that in the future to make sure everybody's on and can hear.
Let me call one of the video coordinators again. She went to get some help with the audio, with a device there. So I'm going to call again in 4 minutes, 5 minutes if she's not back. I'm going to pause here and
Seems like the day that we're going to herd cats. Miss Reed, are you able to hear us now?
Yes, I just couldn't hear anything before.
Okay, great. Looks like everybody can hear and everybody's here, as I was stating when we concluded on September 19, 2024. The proofs were with Mr. Bartel. So, Mr. Bartel, you can call your next witness.
Yes, I called Jasmine Curtis.
Okay.
could you say that name again? I don't think I have.
Jasmine Curtis.
I don't see that name here. I have a Susanna Hillman, Deborah Arnold, Stephanie Plain, Bill Cronkite, Clarissa Kilborn, and Allison Bartha.
Do you have a Tyler Morgan?
He was here earlier, but he has since dropped out of the Zoom waiting room.
Okay. Galen Curtis?
I don't see that name here.
Geez, 0 for 3. What's going on here today? Those were my last few witnesses that shouldn't take long, Your Honor. And then I have Dr. Haugen, but he's not available till 9:30-ish.
Okay.
So I need
Okay, why don't you mute yourself, call your witnesses, and then we're not going to go off because we don't want to lose anybody.
I do have a Jasmine Curtis here.
Okay,
That was the first one that he mentions.
yes.
Okay, Aaron, I do have Jasmine here now.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Curtis, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Curtis, we're going to take some testimony from you, so we have to have you sworn first. If you'd raise your right hand, we'll have you sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Bartel.
Thanks. Can you state your full name and spell your last for the record?
Jasmine Camille Curtis, Burtis.
And do you know Jamie Morgan and Carlina Toledo?
Yes.
And how do you know them?
I'm in a relationship.
Okay,
sorry,
Ms.
we didn't
Curtis,
hear that.
We didn't hear that.
I'm in a relationship with their son, Tyler Morgan.
And how long have you been in a relationship with them?
Over about 2 years and 2 months.
Okay. And are you frequently over at Jamie Morgan and Carlina Toledo's house?
I
I'm sorry, we didn't hear that.
live in.
Did you say you live at the house?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you been living there?
Since June of 20.
I'm only catching maybe every other word that she's saying. Maybe she can reconnect.
Yeah, we're not hearing you now, Ms. Curtis, so.
Can you guys hear me better now?
Yeah,
Yes.
we could hear that. Could you hear that, Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you, I don't know where you're sitting sometimes if you're not close enough to the mic, so maybe you need to move closer.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Okay, great. I can hear you all now.
Okay, go ahead and ask the last question again, Mr. Bartel, so we can get that on the record.
Thank you. So how long have you been living at their house?
Since June of 2023.
And before June of 2023, how often would you be over at their house?
Every day, to be honest. I was going over every day after school.
And did you get to know Chloe Cronkite?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I guess could you explain why you got to know Chloe Cronkite?
Well, Chloe is Tyler's niece and Jamie and Carlina's granddaughter, and she would come over, so I would play with her. So I knew her.
So when you said you knew her because she would come over, how often would she come over?
Chloe came over frequently.
Okay. And when you say frequently, would it be on a weekly basis?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately how many days a week would she come over?
Well, she would come over every Wednesday, and then sometimes we would keep her on Wednesday nights. So, and then sometimes we would keep her through the weekend. So sometimes 2 to 4 nights.
On average per week?
Yeah.
And did you see her interaction, Chloe's interaction with Jamie Morgan and Carlina Toledo?
Yes, I did.
And how would you describe that for the court?
I would say Chloe was very affectionate and like clingy with them. She loved them. They're their grandparents.
Did you at any time see any abuse by Carlina or Jamie towards Chloe?
I'm sorry, did you say abuse?
Yes, abuse.
No, never.
And when I say abuse, physical or mental abuse?
No, sir.
Okay. Was there ever any hesitation for Chloe to go to Jamie or Carlina?
No.
Could you just describe what a routine day would be like when Chloe was over with Carlina and Jamie?
Like when we would, like when she would stay the night or when she would get dropped off.
Let's start when she would spend the night.
Okay, so we'd wake up in the morning. Carlina would take us to breakfast. And then sometimes we'd go get our nails done, or we'd go to Full Blast, or we'd go shopping. And then we'd go home, clean. Me and Chloe would play with her Barbies in the bedroom. She would watch videos on the phone. She'd go to stores with Carlina. She'd take her baths, eat her dinner, go to bed, do it all over again.
Would Carlina be intimately involved in making sure that she was properly bathed and her hygiene was good?
Yes, sir.
And was she involved with cooking dinners and making sure she was fed properly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what about her clothing? Were her clothing needs met by Carlina and Jamie?
Oh, more than definitely.
And when you say more than definitely, what do you mean by that?
Oh, Chloe has so many clothes.
And did she have toys over there?
Oh, yes, so many.
And what type of toys would she have over there?
Well, she has Barbies, she has baby dolls. The mini brand toys. She has a bunch of those. She has the Beanie Babies, a bunch of stuffed animals. She has books.
And did Chloe have her own bedroom there?
Yes.
Okay. And that was her bedroom only?
Yes. She still has her own bedroom. It's still there. It's not like it's gone. It's still waiting for her,
Okay. And could you describe the bedroom for the court?
Well, we painted it all pink, and it's white and purple. She has a big old white bed with a nice bed frame. She has it's like a whole bedroom outfit. She has the dresser with the big old mirror. She has her big old dollhouse. She has her closet, which is full of clothes, and she has her bucket full of toys, and all her books and shoes are on the other side of the closet. She has a TV. Everything a kid could wish for, to be honest.
And did she ever have pictures of anyone up in her bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what pictures would she have up?
She had pictures of her and her mother.
Did there ever come a time that those pictures were taken down?
Yeah, there was a time that they got taken down, but Chloe when she came back over, she put them back up. So
Do you recall the reason why those pictures were taken down?
yeah, Kelsey
Yeah.
said that sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Let me ask you this. You were beginning to say Kelsey said. Did you ever hear Kelsey say the reason to take pictures down?
Yeah, she said that we needed, sorry.
Well, just yes or no. Did you hear it from Kelsey?
Yes.
And when you say Kelsey, you mean Kelsey Cronkite?
Yes.
Okay. What did she say?
She said that we needed to take the pictures down of
I'm
Chloe.
going to object to how this is relevant to grandparenting time and it's hearsay.
Well, with regards to hearsay, I had already confronted Miss Cronkite with regards to this, so it is impeachable, Your Honor. So that is an exception. With regards to the relevance, as I indicated with the case law out there, it is actually a lot of case law that suggests that the connection between the mother and the child in this particular situation, it is highly relevant, especially if we're talking about the connection that is maintained or not maintained by plaintiffs.
Okay, any response, Ms. Reed?
I still don't see how pictures being taken down and put back up is relevant to the grandparenting time claim when the case law that Mr. Bartell cited, the parents were deceased and the mother in this case is not deceased. All she has to do for connection is pick up the phone.
Well, with regards to Your Honor, if I could respond, is
Yeah.
it was deceased and the professional that unfortunately counsel omitted said deceased, but the testimony was deceased or the parent is gone for a period of time. So that is why it's relevant. And that's not the only case that's out there. I just cited the published case.
Okay, well, obviously, as Mr. Bartell stated, it's for impeachment purposes and obviously for others that are relevant, the court is going to overrule the objection.
Ms. Curtis, I guess I'll ask it again. What did specifically Ms. Cronkite, the best you recall, stated regarding the pictures?
That she didn't like them and that they were upsetting and that they were making Chloe sad.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did you ever get the impression that those pictures were making Chloe sad?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And let me back up. You had talked about a general day when you guys would wake up. Let me ask you, what was a general day when she would either be dropped off or you guys would pick her up?
Wednesdays.
Well, no. So what was a general let me rephrase that. Sorry. So when you guys would get Chloe, was she usually dropped off or how did that occur?
Yeah, she was usually dropped off.
And by whom?
Oh, yeah. Well, when school started, then we picked her up from the bus.
Okay. Did Kelsey Cronkite ever drop off Chloe?
Yes.
Okay. I guess describe those times that Chloe was dropped off by Kelsey.
Well, Kelsey would drop Chloe off and then Kelsey would bring Chloe to the door. They would just walk in our house and then we'd get Chloe, and then
Okay.
you mean after?
So let me ask you, did Chloe's attitude change when she was with you as opposed to with Kelsey?
Yes.
Could you describe that to the court?
I feel like when Chloe was dropped off, she was very quiet and she was not as open. And then once she was there and she knew that it was okay, she changed instantly. She was just bright and happy and clingy and she stuck on to you and she was a whole different person, I feel like.
Okay. So she became a different person once Kelsey left.
Yeah.
Could you describe how Chloe would act when Kelsey would come pick her up?
She would cry. She would get upset. She would scream. And then Carlina and Jamie would be like, come on, honey, let's go. You gotta go home. You're gonna come back soon. It's okay. And, she would cheer up, but she would be quiet when she left. She wasn't the same as what she was even when she was just 10 minutes ago,
Can you did Jamie and Carlina take care of Chloe when she was sick?
Yes.
Were there any times when they had to either specifically get Chloe because she was sick?
Yes, I specifically remember one time when she had strep throat.
Could you describe that? What happened?
We were told that we needed to come pick Chloe up because they weren't able to take care of everyone who was sick. So We needed to come and take Chloe so that we could take care of her, basically.
So how many
And then-
days did you take care of Chloe? Or did everyone help take care of Chloe?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, so how many days did Carlina and Jamie have to take care of Chloe?
Well, when she had that strep throat, I'm pretty sure it was 3 to 4 days, because I remember them saying that the 72 mark was up, so that she was fine.
And do you recall what the grandparents did to take care of Chloe with strep throat?
Yeah, she had chicken noodle soup, Sprite, and all her medicines.
And who provided those medicines, if you know?
Carolina.
Do you believe that Chloe had a bond with Carlina and Jamie?
I do.
Okay. And why do you say that?
Because she's their princess. Like, the way that she just loved on them when she was around. Like, when I mean she literally clung onto them, I mean, like, she would sit on their lap and wrap her arms around their neck and just tell them how much she loves them. You know, like, she was so affectionate with them.
Do you recall if she ever approached them with a problem? I guess, and don't say any hearsay as to what she said, but do you recall her ever going to them with a problem that she had or an issue?
There was one time at their house, yes, when we picked her up from the bus.
Okay, let me back up. I mean, would she go to Carlina or Jamie if there was an issue going on?
Oh, yes, every time.
Okay. Okay. She didn't appear to have any fear going to them if there was an issue going on.
No, sir.
How would you describe whether or not Jamie and Carlina could put her needs before their own?
Her needs before theirs?
Yes. Would they put her needs before their own?
Yes, sir.
And was there ever a time in which you had concern that there was abuse by Kelsey Cronkite towards Chloe?
Yes. Not
Okay,
by, well, I'm not sure if it was by Kelsey or by Ori, but that's what I was just saying with the one time when we picked her up from the bus.
okay, so do you remember that time you were picking her up from a bus that you were referencing?
Yes.
When was that?
Oh, I don't remember the exact day, but I remember it was a Wednesday after school around 4 o'clock.
Okay. And so you were there with whom?
Carolina,
Okay. Was anyone else there?
Kelsey, and the little boy, Gio, the little son.
Okay. Did there come a point that Kelsey said something that made you concerned about the safety of Chloe?
Yes.
And can you tell me what that statement was?
That they had whooped her
I'm
ass.
gonna object, Your Honor, as hearsay.
Okay, Mr.
Impeachment
Bartel?
again, Your Honor. I confronted Ms. Cronkite with regards to that.
Ms. Reed, what's your response?
I don't recall Miss Cronkite being confronted about being accused of whooping the kids after school one day.
I think her conversation was, or her testimony was, that he'd asked her about any abuse that occurred, and she denied that, is my recollection. Is that what you're referring to, Mr. Bartow?
Well, it was that, and I had confronted her, as I recall, asking whether or not she had told Carlina that she whooped her ass, or that someone whooped her ass, and that's how we do it around here.
I will take it conditionally upon obviously able to, I guess you'd say, to establish that from her testimony. I have to go back and look, but I'll take it conditionally at this point.
Okay. Ms. Curtis, what did Ms. Cronkite state to you?
That they had whooped her ass because Chloe didn't want to go play in the bedroom with the boys because that's how they do it around there.
Oh, I cannot wait to go home.
And have you seen any drug use or the such with regards to Jamie or Carlina Toledo?
No,
Are you aware of any mental or physical health problems that they have that would preclude them from taking care of their granddaughter?
no, sir, I'm not.
Did you ever witness any hostility by Jamie or Carlina towards Ori Cronkite?
No, sir.
Did you ever hear them badmouth Ori in front of Chloe?
No, sir. I've truly never heard them badmouth Ori until all of this has happened.
And so that was never in front of the minor child?
Never at all in general.
Oh, okay. And did you ever hear either of them tell Chloe that Ori is not her father?
No, sir, I have not.
Was there ever, through statements or any other action by Jamie or Carlina, that showed they were trying to destroy or alter the relationship between Chloe and Ori?
No, sir.
And so would you ever see Jamie or Carlina engage in educational activities with Chloe?
Yes, actually, yeah, we all did.
Okay. And what type of educational activities would be engaged?
Carlina would go out and buy activity books that had the like the letters that you can trace or the numbers. But Chloe was starting to learn how to write names. So she was asking how to write all of our names, like Nana and Papa and Jamie and Tyler, Jasmine, Grandma Gloria, like a bunch. She was going on a list.
And so when was the last time you saw Chloe?
The last time I saw Chloe was in December.
Of 2023?
Yes, the beginning of December 2023.
Let me ask, so was there any indication from Chloe that she was in fear of Jamie or Carlina the last
No.
time that she saw them?
No, sir. She actually, I had taken a picture of Carlina and Chloe hugging because Carlina had given her those Christmas ears.
But there was no indication of any
No, sir.
hesitance or shy or anything that she didn't want to be around Jamie or Carlina.
No, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Reed, any cross-examination?
Just briefly, Miss Curtis, you said that you had not heard the grandparents badmouth Ari until all of this happened. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So they have been badmouthing Ori since then?
I'm sorry, what?
So first it was you have not heard them badmouth Ori until all of this happened.
Correct, since we stopped seeing Chloe.
And have they been making disparaging comments about Ori since you stopped seeing Chloe?
I mean, that's what I said. Yeah, they badmouthed him after we stopped seeing Chloe.
Okay.
I mean, it's not like it was too, like, I guess I don't know. Okay. Sorry.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Bartel?
Just briefly, I mean, were those conversations in private?
Yes, that's what I was trying to like get to.
Okay. Okay.
I was gonna say it's not like it was to a room full of a bunch of people.
Was it on a regular basis that they were bad-mouthing?
No,
Okay. What did it come across as frustration, I guess, on their part?
yeah, sir.
Okay. No further questions.
Okay. Ms. Reed, anything else? Okay. Ms. Curtis, I'll conclude your testimony. You're free to go. Have a good day.
Thank you.
I guess I would call Caitlin Curtis if she's there.
I don't see, but I have Tyler Morgan now.
I don't have Tyler Morgan on the witness list.
Aaron, what was that first name you said again?
Caitlin?
No. Unless she's with one of these other people, I do not see her here.
Okay. I'm trying to see if I got a number here.
Let me tell you the names I have. Allison Bartha, Clarissa Kilborn, Bill Cronkite, Deborah Arno, Susanna Hillman, Tyler Morgan, and Stephanie Plain.
Okay. I will just try to get a hold of her in between, I guess. I guess I would call Tyler Morgan.
Okay.
I'm going to object to this witness, Your Honor. He was not disclosed on the witness list that was required.
Okay, Mr. Bartel?
Your Honor, we don't have to have them because I think it's cumulative, probably times 6 by now. So I guess in the expediency as best that can be.
Okay, well, if he's not on the list, the court's not going to allow him to testify, so
That's fine, Your Honor.
we can we can dispense with Mr. Morgan.
I text Dr. Haugen about a minute ago. So he'd be my next one, Your Honor.
Okay.
So let me see if I can give him a quick call. And
So am I removing Tyler Morgan?
Yes.
yes,
Okay.
that's fine.
Did we lose Miss Reed?
Yes, we just did now.
I apologize. Everyone froze and then it looked like Zoom crashed.
Okay. Well, you were the only one that we lost, so it was obviously your unit.
I just talked to Dr. Haugen. He said he was in.
Let me see. This might be him. Let's see.
Okay, Dr. Haugen, you able to hear us?
I can hear you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, great. We're going to take some testimony from you, so have you raise your right hand and be sworn in, then we'll proceed.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Bartel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you state your name, spelling their last for the record?
Randall E. Haugen, Haugen.
And where do you work?
I'm a licensed psychologist at Battle Creek Counseling Associates.
And what is your title there?
I'm a licensed psychologist.
And how long have you been at that job?
I've been in private practice since 1990.
And what are some of your, I guess, duties and job responsibilities?
I do individual, group, family therapy, as well as evaluations, both for attorneys, for the court, for private individuals.
Okay. Just in background, where did you attend school?
I have a bachelor's degree in science and nursing from Andrews University. I have a master's in psychology from Michigan University, a PhD in psychology from Andrews University, and completed my postdoc requirements and exam for licensure.
Have you given any lectures?
Yes, I've given numerous lectures to in different areas. Yes.
Okay. And do you have do you specialize in any particular field?
I specialize in psychological evaluations, different areas like I do a lot of work with abuse and neglect, trauma, and evaluations for the court related to competency, criminal responsibility, phase 2 waiver evals, and others.
Do you ever deal with, I guess, the relationship between grandparents and grandchildren?
Yes.
Okay. And I mean, has that been, I guess, how often have you done that?
Hundreds of times over the years.
Have you been ever qualified as an expert?
Yes.
And what particular courts have you been qualified as an expert?
11 courts in Michigan.
Does that include Calhoun County?
Yes. Yes.
And including before this particular court?
Yes.
And have you been qualified as an expert in family relationships, or could you describe that, I guess?
Yes, I've been qualified in the area of abuse and neglect, psychology in general, children, adults. I've been qualified with violent offenders, sex offenders.
And I forgot to ask you, do you have board certifications?
Yes, I'm a licensed psychologist. Yes.
And remind me, how many years has that been?
I've been in various forms since 1990.
And in this particular matter, you haven't seen the particular child, Chloe Cronkite, correct?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. And you have been asked to come in and give some testimony based upon your experience as a psychologist in the family arena. Is that correct?
That's what I understood, yes.
And Your Honor, I guess I would move to the mission of Dr. Haugen as an expert in the family, including dynamics between grandparents, children, in this particular matter.
Okay. Miss Reed, anything, any voir dire you have?
I do. Dr. Haugen, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert witness in a case about grandparenting time?
Grandparenting time specifically, no. Parenting time, numerous times.
Okay. And as you stated, you have not seen the child in question in this case?
Yes, I've not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And you have no information about this child?
No information.
Okay. Have you ever spoken to the grandparents, Carlina Toledo or Jamie Morgan?
No, not to my knowledge, no.
Have you spoken to any witnesses in this case?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Have you received any information about this case in particular?
I was told the case was related to grandparenting rights with a child whose mother is incarcerated.
And where did you gain that information from?
From Attorney Bartel.
Okay. But there have been no evaluations done for this case?
Correct.
What materials or documents did you review in preparation for today?
I didn't review any materials.
Okay. Did you review any sort of family history or records prior to coming to today?
No.
Do you have an opinion regarding grandparenting time as it relates to this case?
As it relates to this case, no. My knowledge is and experience relate to general knowledge about dynamics, the outcome research and what works the best in those type of situations, but they all vary. But, you know, there are individual factors to consider.
And are you being paid for your testimony today?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. How many times did you speak with Mr. Bartell about this case?
Um,
I'm going to object to relevance, Your Honor.
Well, I think it's probably relevant to get to, again, the background, so I'll allow it and overrule the objection.
I did talk to him, but it was mainly over issues of my schedule and how to negotiate it.
Oh, was that like once?
That was twice.
Okay. I have no further questions for Miss Dr. Haugen, but I would object to him being qualified as an expert witness as he does not meet the qualifications under MRE 702. He has not interviewed the child. He has not interviewed the parents. He has not interviewed the grandparents. And MRE 702 requires that the expert scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge will help the trier of fact understand evidence or determine a fact and issue. And I don't believe Dr. Haugen, although I do respect him in all the other general areas that he's testified in, cannot help the court in this case in any of that realm, as Dr. Haugen does not have any facts to apply to this case. So I don't see how any of his testimony is going to be relevant, and general knowledge or just general grandparenting time might be good is not the standard to rebut the presumption or in the best interest factors regarding the grandparenting time statute. And I know under Keenan, there was an expert testifying generally in Keenan, but Keenan's very different from this case in that Keenan, the parent, was deceased. That expert was not qualified as an expert. It was just a general counselor. And that person had contact with the grandparents and was testifying primarily based on concerns regarding relationships with siblings for the child in Keenan, as well as fostering and creating that memory of the deceased parent. So I don't believe Dr. Haugen will be relevant for this case.
Okay, Mr. Bartell, your response.
Yes, Your Honor. As was testified by Dr. Haugen, there was, well, first of all, let me say this, Your Honor. Dr. Haugen has testified as an expert in general in the past concerning family dynamics with regards to parenting time, etc. And that is similar here as to the grandparent grandchild relationship, Your Honor. This court has the ability to allow an expert to be qualified, or someone to be qualified as an expert in a general field. Counsel on the other side misstates that law. They do not have to have interviews with people that can give this court and aid this court in understanding the dynamics generally out there with respect to whether it's parenting time and family dynamics, which Dr. Haugen has the plethora of experience, over 30 years of experience. He has the ability to help this court aid in those dynamics. He has indicated that he has read literature with regards to this. He has clinical experience in this area. And like I said, he can give the aid to the court as to general issues that are out there. With regards to Keenan, Your Honor, counsel needs to stop saying that it's just when a parent passes. That, and it's in the opinion, the psychologist testified, and this is word for word, about harms that a young child can suffer when a parent dies or is not around. And that part of the family is, quote, cut off from the child. Trial court concluded that the other parent's decision to deny child's time with deceased mother's parents would cause substantial harm to the child, given substantial likelihood that minor child will have an inability to remember the mother. And that's not the only case out there. There's other cases that deal with not just the death, but the mission of expert testimony as to general testimony about harms that can occur, Your Honor. And this court is smart enough to make those reasonable inferences with regards to that. So I would ask for him to be qualified as an expert.
Okay. Any response, Ms. Reed?
Yes, Your Honor, the court rule is very direct of the knowledge and skill of the trier of fact to understand the evidence and determine a fact at issue. I don't believe that that is the case with Dr. Haugen's testimony in D in MRE 702. The expert's opinion reflects reliable application of the principles and methods to the facts of this case. Dr. Haugen says he doesn't have an opinion about this case. He doesn't have the facts of this case. And so he's not qualified as an expert witness, and I don't believe any of his testimony is relevant.
Well, okay. In this particular matter, obviously, the issue is this is a Daubert challenge in the court in these particular cases is obviously the gatekeeper, and Daubert was decided back in 1994, and that pursuant to the Michigan legislature enactment of, again, 600.2955 back in 1995 in the greenhouse, in response to greenhouse and roads. Basically, it was an attempt to codify Daubert in Michigan. And that, in fact, occurred back in 2003 when the Supreme Court amended MRE 702. And basically, they said to explicitly incorporate Daubert's standard of reliability. Obviously, Daubert attempted to incorporate Fry, and as a general accepted, that was changed, obviously, and with the amendment of MRE 702, it was revised to require that an expert be based on sufficient facts or data, be the product of reliable principles and methods, and be the product of reliably applying the principles and methods to the fact of the case. In this particular matter, when the court does that in this particular matter, the parties have cited to the Keenan case, 2007 case. In Keenan, obviously, the court stated that the appeals court stated that the court should not simply grant parenting time merely because the evidence demonstrated that grandparenting time was beneficial, but that the grandparent must provide concrete evidence that supports that the denial would pose a substantial risk of harm in these particular matters. What happens is under Daubert and again, the codification, the issue is whether the testimony is based upon sufficient facts or data. The testimony is the product of reliable principles and methods, and the witness has applied the principles and method reliably to the facts of the case. I think what's being offered by Dr. Haugen is, again, addressing the application of the, I guess you'd say, I don't want to say background, but effectively it is background evidence generally, as he stated, to be qualified as it relates to in the family arena or the dynamics to a case such as this. Obviously, Dr. Haugen has testified as an expert in my court, as I know in many other courts. And this is, I guess you'd say this is a little bit different because we do have, as a part of the case, is that the court has to make a best interest analysis as well. And as it relates to the best interest analysis, there's a lot of things that the court has to consider. And one of those, obviously, is, or many of those, pertain to relationships in general in these particular cases. And as additionally, that the factors under the statute relating to the best interest. And some of those can be obviously extrapolated from general testimony. And so the court does believe that Dr. Haugen's testimony would be relevant to those particular factors and would, again, shed light in this matter as it relates to the family dynamics and the dynamics of the impact it would have upon the child generally. And I think the court, has taken the testimony of the other various witnesses that would supplement and make the application of that to the facts of this case that the court could consider. So the court is going to overrule the objection to Dr. Haugen and allow him to testify as it relates, again, generally to the area of the family arena and the dynamics relating in this particular case. And the court then will give it sufficient weight as appropriate in this matter at that time. So, Dr. Haugen, you are able to testify. Mr. Bartel, you can continue. You're muted, Mr. Bartel.
Thank you. Dr. Haugen, can you generally talk about the loss of a parent going to prison for a child?
And talking in general now, we do know that it certainly can be traumatic for the child and related to the loss of a parent. And that's somewhat contingent on the amount of time the parent spent with the child and the quality of that relationship. But even if it's been somewhat strained, it's a loss for the child, and it is traumatic. And we do know through research that the maintaining regular and consistent contact with the parent can minimize the damage that it occurs to the child, as well as improve the overall functioning of the mother or father, depending on who's in there. So we try to make efforts to minimize that trauma that the child is experiencing, as well as adult, by setting up a program for regular contact. And that's from a developmental standpoint, there's different needs at different developmental stages. For example, with an infant, you would want to have the mother, just an example, to tape her voice so the infant hears her voice, and has endearing visitation with the baby during a prison time. You would want that set up and structured. So you measure what's the impact of it. There's a loss for the child, not only of the parent, but extended family. It could be the school they lose, the place they were, the type of place they were living. Maybe there's horses, dogs, or the losses extend pretty broadly with a child. So we try to structure to minimize all that so that the child receives the contact with a parent that's appropriate and maintains the semblance of a relationship with them.
Have you dealt with the situations where one of the parents was incarcerated and the dynamic?
Yes, numerous times. Yes.
Okay. And what kind of plan generally do you try to set up for the maintaining that contact?
Letters. We have letters that they share back and forth, and eventually I found that the contact becomes more deep, and they're usually at first superficial, and later on they become more deep. Like, what did you do? What happened? Why did you do that? We'll structure visitation so that they go there. We have depending on the age of the child, we'll have them draw pictures, send schoolwork, and send it to the parent so the parent can respond. That we help them establish a narrative, including if they have good relationships with uncles, aunts, or anybody in the family. We try to maintain that so they can maintain a internalization of that parent as in a more positive way.
So if that doesn't happen, and I know we're talking about in general, But if that doesn't happen, maintaining that contact, including the extended family, as I hear, what could happen? What in your experience in the literature?
What has happened to me directly is that it's harder for the child to reattach to the parent who's incarcerated and their family. And I've had it on many occasions where there's really a lot of tension between the families. So that affects the child's attitudes and internalizations of that family, because the most I've dealt with is the other parents, the mother or father is pretty angry at the other parent. So they construct him in the child's mind as being bad, horrible, and he's done terrible things. So with that internalization, it's more difficult to attach. Now, obviously, if there's the mother or father was an axe murderer, and they're a psychopath, and they can never, you would balance that based upon what the other person is, or they've never had an attachment before. What are their prior attachments? So that would all have to be assessed, and you want to simulate that as much as possible.
So let me flesh something out that I think I heard. You had indicated the tension between the family members and internalization of the child. Are you saying that if a child is with one particular parent and there is tension and stuff going on, there's a chance of that minor child internalizing all that and having a negative view towards the other parent or family?
Correct. Which often, unfortunately.
Say that again. I'm sorry, you cut out for me.
Which happens often, unfortunately, because there was a lot of tension in that relationship, and it kind of carries on through. And in most cases, I don't know about this kid, but the parent sees an opportunity to eliminate the other parent. He's incarcerated. Mom says, finally, I get the child to myself. And then the child then has however long the parent's incarcerated, kind of indoctrinated by the other parent that they're bad and he's bad and horrible. So it's really difficult to get them to reattach.
And you said you see that often, that happens?
When I used to do that, yes, I saw it often. I've dealt with this clinically. I've dealt with it personally. With my own. We have a daughter who's schizophrenic, and she was incarcerated, and I adopted the child. I had to maintain that relationship. My daughter's mentally ill; she's schizophrenic, so I had to maintain that relationship and let them know that this isn't your fault. This is what happens. Go into explanatory type stuff. And facilitate that relationship as much as I could based upon how she was functioning at that time. And I still do.
Okay. And you do that because, at least in your personal life, based upon other clinical experience and the literature, you think that is important.
Yeah, it is demonstrated even clinically, and the research on attachment. If you want some research on that, go to the Department of Corrections and sites and talk about parent connections and attachments. It's obviously they need more research, just like everything. We do know that when it's done appropriately, the children and the incarcerated individual do better.
So with regards to, I guess, the tension, if there's been testimony that the father's current wife, so stepmother of the grandchild, bashes mother who's in prison, is that the type of behavior you're talking about that will affect the child?
Yes, that would be, if that's happening, that would be something that needs to be overcome. Yes.
And generally, if that is done over an extended period of time, what can happen to the child with regards to the view towards the mother?
Well, if it's a mother, it disrupts that relationship and view of the mother as someone that he can have a relationship with. He or she, I guess.
And so does that also, that continuing contact, if I understood from you, that can help with the transition of reunification when that parent that is incarcerated gets out?
Yes, it does. Correct. Yes. If it's structured and appropriate, absolutely.
And what about the contact with that incarcerated family? Can you shed any light for this court and us as to the importance of keeping that contact?
Well, that helps maintain the attachment. And because let's say there's an uncle that the child was with quite a bit, that's happened to me. And then the parent, his father gets incarcerated, and he just stops going fishing. He stops hanging out with him. He stops doing things. That's a big loss for a child. And if you can maintain that, you can minimize the trauma related to that loss, and both end up doing better. Plus, the uncle continues to carry on the narrative as long as he's appropriate. It's important that those things be dealt with, and carries on a narrative related to his family so the child can internalize that.
Is it a traumatic event, or can it be, I should ask you, can it be a traumatic event for a grandchild to abruptly not be seeing their grandparents that they saw on a regular basis? When I say regular basis, if the testimony is 2, 3, 4 times a week, including overnights, would that be a traumatic event? Could it be?
Yes, absolutely.
And could you?
It's a loss. Yeah. Yes.
And could you tell us, even on that dynamic, so separate from even the parent that's incarcerated, how can that negatively affect the minor child, not having that contact with grandparents or any family member for that matter?
I guess the traumatic part would be the grief and loss that establishes an emotional remnants of that.
Is it different for someone that maybe, let's say, an older child, like 16 years old, as opposed to a younger child that's 5 or 6, where there's a abrupt change in that connection or visitation with that extended family?
Well, each child is different based upon their attitudes, their temperament, and their background and their experience with it. The only advantage to a 16-year-old is that their developmental task is to individuate and become separate. That's why you get the rebelliousness. So, and an older child has the ability to process it more and put it into words and construct meaning, where the younger child needs more help in developing that.
So is that to suggest that? Oh, go ahead.
Developing meaning of what occurred, right? Not that the 16-year-old does, but language skills for 16-year-olds generally higher. Their ability to conceptualize abstract thinking is higher, which makes it easier.
Can it be more confusing for a younger child at the age of 5 or 6 as opposed to an older one if there's that abrupt change?
It can be, yes.
And that's because they're at a different developmental stage that they may not fully comprehend what's going on?
That's correct, yes.
So I got a question with regards to, is there a benefit of the extended family, meaning the other side of the family, like grandparents that had close contact with a minor child, to maintain that relationship with the incarcerated parent versus the other parent maintaining that relationship?
Yes,
And
there's
could
a
you
benefit in terms of minimizing the traumatic impact, both on a short-term and long-term basis. And if the child's going to, if the child is going to have continued contact, that's particularly important. And I don't know the details of the case, or if the parent has 20 years to serve, that's different than 3 years, because in 3 years you got to prepare to reunify. 20 years, it's different. And the situations are different.
So if in this particular case, the mother was going to be out, let's say within even 3 or 4 years, you're saying that would be an extreme benefit to have that connection still with the child?
Yeah, if the plan is eventually for the mother to reunify with the child to some degree, it certainly would be beneficial.
And let me circle back. I guess maybe my question wasn't as good. Is there like an actual additional benefit to ensure that that child has that connection with the incarcerated parent by being with the extended family over the actual parent that is not incarcerated?
If that individual from the family had a prior attachment and relationship, and they're appropriate, of course, it would be something that helps prevent and minimize the trauma that the child experiences.
So that the extended family can ensure that they maintain that relationship for the minor child. Would the minor child feel more comfortable on that side of the family with that connection?
They would experience less of a sense of loss.
Now, there's been suggestion that the reason for the stopping of communication 100% between the grandparents and the grandchild in this case is because the grandmother was telling the grandchild that the father was not her father. So if that is what the allegation is on the other side, is that an insurmountable issue to deal with, in your opinion?
It's a big issue that would need to be dealt with. But if the child had a significant attachment in the past, I would try to work with it. I'd find out why. If it, what was the where's the information source? How was it constructed? And I would investigate that. And if I find the child is there's been significant boundary violations on an ongoing basis, then doing something with that contact certainly would be an option.
Well, is it any different than one parent disparaging another parent during a divorce?
No, it's not different.
So you see that a lot, would you agree?
Yes.
And those issues can be overcome?
They can be overcome if everybody agrees to work together.
Okay. So part of the key is if people are trying to work together.
Yes.
Okay. And do you think it's in the best interest of a minor child for even a parent to say, I'm not going to try to work with the grandparents on whatever issues may be there?
depending on the past relationship and how deep the relationship and how frequent, it would be better for the parent to work with the grandparents to help maintain that.
So if you encountered a case where there was frequent contacts, like I said, 2, 3, 4 times a week for over a several year period, including overnights, I mean, would that be in the best interest of the child for the parent to work with the grandparents?
Yes, with the information you give me, yes, unless the grandparents were somehow abusive, of course, but yes, it would be beneficial.
I guess I want to ask you about the ability of a 5 or 6 year old to conceptualize time. Have you dealt with that in the past?
Yes, particularly during the evaluation process. Time,
Okay.
time, or what we call temporal sequencing, doesn't occur till a child's a little older, maybe not in terms of that. And
I'm sorry, you broke out, Dr. Haugen. What age?
depending on the child, their developmental level, their level of intelligence, it's usually around 8, 9, and 10 where they can begin to get a concept of time, where last week means something.
Okay. And so if a child said something happened on a particular day of the week and it happened 3, 4 months ago, would that give you concern if they were 5 or 6 years old?
Just to clarify, they're saying if the child tells me a few months ago something happened on a Tuesday, it would be subject to evaluation. Yes, it would be rare that a child could do that.
And why is that?
The temporal sequencing isn't very well developed.
Is there so what process would you go through if a child 5 years old comes to you and gives you something happened on a Tuesday months ago?
What process would I do in the interview?
Yeah, I mean, how would you address that? I mean, if I understand that would be of some concern because there is the temporal sequencing is not there at that age. So how would you, if they were making an allegation of something happening on a Tuesday months ago, how would you deal with that?
From a clinical standpoint, I would ask more about it. Say it was Tuesday. How do we know it's Tuesday? What did you do on Wednesday? You know, how do you know it's Tuesday? Then I would look for details related to that. And I would also talk to the parents, talk to what was going on that day, you know, and I would seek more collateral information related to it.
And so is it fair to say you would investigate that more and not just rely on the child?
Correct. For that type of information, yeah. It would be more reasonable if the child said, during Christmas time, everybody got in a big fight and it ruined my Christmas. So yeah, they could do that, but to come up with an arbitrary date and time for a 5-year-old, I'm not sure I could do that. You know, what did I do 3 months ago on a Tuesday? I don't know. So it would be subject to more inquiry.
Are children at the age of 5 and 6 more impressionable than older children?
They can be, yes. Depending on the child, but from a general developmental level, yes, they're more impressionable.
And so if certain things are happening at home, they're being told certain things, such as mother is a bad person or mother's going to be in prison forever, things like that. Generally, how do children internalize that?
Well, they would internalize the other parent negatively. and that they could be bad. They may feel guilt about it, even at that age, children feel guilt about it, and then they grieve and they feel sad. And they need permission to feel sad and grieve, and realize that the other parents are not feeling that way, which helps them. And they can bury it. Then we see more patterns of acting out and behavioral disturbances.
And at some point, does that child start having the same view as the parent at home
Yes.
towards the one that's incarcerated?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, one of the learning methods of children is, modeling, and they learn it vicariously, that we tend to adopt the attitudes and beliefs of our parents at that age. An example would be, some elementaries, I'm not sure I agree with it. They say, would you vote for Trump or you vote for Harris, and who's a Harris, who's a, and they generally go with where their parents are at, so they tend to internalize the same perceptions and ideas and with their parents at that age.
So if a child about 5 or 6 years old was in counseling and made some allegation towards the grandparents numerous months after being in counseling, how would you in general deal with that situation? If they made allegations that, like what I told you before, in this case, the allegation is that grandmother has told the grandchild that the father is not the grandchild's real father, and had taken the child to some random house to show the child who the true father was. So let's say 3 months into counseling, you hear that. What would you do?
They've been
3 months.
They've been in counseling 3 months?
Yes.
Or I think I heard that, or they haven't seen a counselor in 3 months.
No, they were 3 months into counseling before they state that. How would you handle that?
I would process it, listen, talk about how it feels. Then I would get the parent in right away and ask about it directly. Then if that occurred, I'd have the parent ask about it or bring him in session and process what occurred. Is a child misperceiving what the grandparent did? I would address it directly.
So that would include
and
bringing
if it's happening. Well,
oh, go ahead.
Yeah, if the other family member, whoever they're talking about, had regular contact with the child and it was an important relationship, I would address it directly.
And so that
would involve bringing the young in and having mom or dad confront the other individual.
Is there benefit to just dealing with it with a 5-year-old or a 6-year-old on an individual level and not bringing grandparents or parents or anyone else in?
If they're bringing up that, and I suspect I'd want to validate it before I would bring everybody in and say what's going on here, and then I would process it with the child. And if it was true, it would need to be worked with. You said they took them over to someone. What was the scenario? You're saying that the other person took them to their mother's house, or saying that's really your mother, really your father? Is that what the scenario was?
Yes.
I would definitely address that.
Is that based upon based upon literature or and your experience that you would address those types of things with a 5 or 6 year old?
Yeah, just I want to determine the validity of what occurred. We can clarify it for the child, have the parent clarify it with the child, and also confront the other person who did it.
And so, what are the pitfalls of not bringing in the other people that are allegedly doing something?
If I'm processing an event that may be questionable, I'm reinforcing what the child said. I numerous times, hundreds of times, had children say, "Dad or Mom touched me inappropriately." And if you don't validate that in a way, the more that, and then I find out later they did not. And if I continue to talk about something that didn't happen with the child, it makes it so it happened with the child.
And so, does that become a scenario where if someone lied, now they are lying over and over again?
Yes, and it's harder. It's very difficult to go back on that, even for a child.
And so the detriment is that they internalize that and that becomes fact, even though it is not fact, I guess is how I hear that.
Correct. It can happen like that, or they just can't go back and lie because that would be too shameful.
Can there be substantial harm caused to a child? I just kind of want to wrap this up as I understand. Can there be substantial harm to a child when they do not have contact anymore with a family member or anyone, I guess, that they had substantial contact with before?
Yes, there can be harm to the child. Yes.
And how would you reestablish that relationship if the court were to grant grandparenting time and it had been let's say about a 9-month period where there had not been contact? How would you reestablish that contact? Would it be some kind of graduated time, like with parent to parent, or how would you do that?
I recognize I don't have all the facts here. This is not on this case, just in general. I would first start with the grandparents. I'd have a meeting with them, and I'd have a meeting with the mom or whoever it is, dad. And then I would say the court has ordered this. We have to implement it. And then what are your concerns? I'd ask on both sides. And I would get them together in the same room, and I'd have them talk about it and develop a plan to assure, number one, appropriate boundaries are being maintained, that a schedule is being followed, and you go off from pickups and drop-offs, and even mate with the child and say, we're going to start where you're going to visit Tuesdays at 4 or whatever it may be. So so they understand what's going on here. And I would talk about the issues related to secrets and privacy, and talk about the difference between that. We don't keep secrets, but we have privacy. And the parents would talk to them and kind of reinforce each other's role in terms of that. And I would begin slowly.
And so that could be done with a counselor?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what Yes.
Is that the most appropriate, especially if a father has a negative view towards the grandparents or vice versa?
Yes, absolutely.
Is that because a counselor would act as more like a mediator and be able to establish those boundaries?
Yeah, address any concerns each parent have, set up some rules and structure related to it, and assure there's no triangulation going on with either side, where the parent pits the child or the grandparent pits the child against the other. We're doing this for the best interest of the child to facilitate relationships.
All right, so I got a question, and I apologize up front. It may not be ultimately clear, so I'll work through it. So you had talked about in generalities today. And those generalities were based upon your clinical experience and literature. Is that correct?
Yeah, if you go to the Department of Corrections site, they even have programs that are kind of research-based on there to help facilitate that. It's also evident clinically that boundary violations hurt, and that maintaining contact with a previous attachment that was positive helps. So it's all that in attachment literature, it's there. And that triangulating two parents fighting or two individuals fighting over the child can be harmful.
Okay. And so if I heard you correctly, keeping that attachment or connection with people even that had the boundary violations is still important, is what I heard, correct?
Well, they would need to be fixed, the boundary violation.
Yeah.
Right.
But it's important to have that connection still if there was an extreme contact before.
Yeah, if there was a lot of contact that was positive in the past, yes.
With regards to your testimony here today, this information, clinically speaking, and coming from the literature, that's because is it true that happens significant amount of time through the research, and that is why you can speak generally? I guess stated another way, this isn't like it happens only once in a while.
Correct.
Okay. So
yes.
Say that again.
I've dealt with numerous cases with this, yes.
But it's a certain high degree that this occurs. Is that correct? And that's why you can speak to this on a clinical experience level and what the literature says?
Yes. I don't know about a high degree, but enough of it to be relevant.
All right. No further questions.
Okay. Ms. Reed?
Dr. Haugen, you talked about some boundary violations regarding a child being told that like their parent's not their parent by a grandparent, correct?
Correct.
And you said that boundary violations can hurt.
They can, yes.
Okay, and you also said that we don't keep secrets, we have privacy. Is that correct?
Correct.
So is it harmful to a child for, say, a grandparent to tell the child to keep secrets from a parent under threat that the child might be spanked by the parent if the parent finds out about the secret?
Yes, that can be harmful.
And when a parent is incarcerated for a period of time, can it be harmful to, say, a 6-year-old to tell that child that, the parent's going to be home soon?
Yeah, to a 5 or 6-year-old, absolutely. It can be. I mean, it doesn't, they don't understand what soon is. I'm not sure it's harmful, but it can create some unrealistic expectations in the child.
Can it be upsetting for the child to hear that?
Can be upsetting. It'll be upsetting if their perception of soon does not meet his preconceived idea what soon is. I would tell my grandchild, we can get an ice cream cone soon. Well, they don't know what soon is. They would perceive that as right now or tonight. So when that comes into conflict, it creates some internal conflict for the child. I don't know if it's traumatic, but it's not something that's healthy.
You talked a little bit about when, there might be some contact with extended family or grandparents and that contact is abruptly ended, that it can be seen as a loss, potentially a traumatic event. Is that correct?
Correct.
Does your opinion change if the child does not want to see those people?
I would, if I'm going with the scenario that was given to me, if they've seen that uncle, whatever, whoever it is, 2-3 times a week, I would inquiry why. Are they beginning to? My hypothesis would be they just had a bad relationship. They didn't want to go there in the first place. Number two, the other parent may have so much animosity toward whoever they're visiting in that family. They're aligning with the parent. Or another hypothesis would be that they overhear stuff which shape their child, or being told stuff directly about the other parent, which creates some negative impressions. And then I would go from there.
And that negative information can be going both ways of why they don't want to see there. It could be coming from the grandparent or extended family members or the parent. Is that correct?
Well, that would be what I talked about, triangulation, creating loyalty conflicts. That's why a lot of times when I see a child clinically, they love their mother, the first one, hate their mother or father, the second one. The children, particularly 5 and 6, have shifting loyalties. So that's why it's important to gather information from a lot of different sources.
And then you stated that when the child makes an allegation, we want to do some sort of investigating into the validity of that allegation to see what's going on, right?
Correct.
And part of that investigation process would be confronting the other person who allegedly said something that the child brought up.
In that conflict, in that context, if the parent who mainly has a child finds out someone else is saying something that jeopardizes his role, that should be addressed directly.
Okay, and if the parent does address that directly with the party that the child made the allegation against, and that confrontation turned physical, do you still recommend that the parties get together in counseling?
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't, depending on the quality of that relationship, the history of the family, how they resolve conflicts in the past, have these issues occurred in the past, and quality of the relationship with that parent. So I could, but I couldn't. If I don't see it working, I would err on the side of the child.
You had stated that the boundary violations would need to be fixed. How could we ensure boundary violations are being fixed when we're proposing or stating that there's going to be unsupervised contact between a boundary violator and a child?
Can you say that once more? So maybe I'm a little slow today.
So you said that the boundary violations would have to be fixed, and we talked about a couple of different boundary violations. One, telling a child that their parent's not their parent, and then keeping secrets from the parent.
Correct.
And we need to fix those.
Correct.
So how would we fix the boundary violations and make sure they don't happen again if a boundary violator is having unsupervised contact with a child?
I'm not the judge here, don't put me on that level, but I wouldn't recommend a contact until they're fixed between the parents. I would recommend unsupervised contact if that was true. It would have to be resolved between them.
May be difficult if there's hostility between the parties?
There's always hostility. I would expect it. Yes, it's part of the process. Yes.
If the child does not want to go and see, let's say, a grandparent, would it be harmful to try and force that child to go?
I would I would first want to find out why the child doesn't want to see the other parent or family member, whoever you're talking about. And I would want to look at their past relationship with that individual. And I would wonder if they were very positive before. I wonder where the shift came. And I would explore that prior to making a decision.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Dr. Haugen, I have just briefly, at one point towards the end, Mr. Bartel asked about, he said, what would would there be substantial harm to the child if, in fact, the child relationship with that grandparent or other family members was, I guess you'd say, terminated or was not existent at that point? He said, yes, there would be harm to the child. What would the harm be?
In terms of just severing a relationship, assuming it was previously positive, and there was time spent together to form a relationship, a disruption in attachment would create a significant grief process, sadness, confusion, unhappiness, and so the traumatic response would be a grief response, and it could be a fear. What did I do wrong? My mother's horrible. Am I horrible? Those type of things, depending on the child. It doesn't have to all the time, but with most that I've experienced and many other children, it does.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bartel, any redirect?
Yes. Is there a shifting chance? Is there an increased chance of shifting loyalties with parents if the child is only with one parent all the time?
Yes, they're going to be more loyal to the parent they're with the most on a general basis. Yes.
Would there be concern for you that the child then is going to be, with respect to that parent and that parent's family, that side of the family, so to speak, try to put up a front to appease that parent?
Yes, that happens frequently. That happens occasionally. Yes.
And what do you mean
One
by
of the
that?
big issues is if the child believes that they're not allowed to grieve. I haven't seen many children. I've seen children numerous times in loyalty conflicts, and the parent will say, "Oh, he's doing just fine without his dad. She or he is doing wonderful." But when you get him behind closed doors, there's a lot of underlying pain that he's not willing to express or deal with.
So, I guess what I'm imagining, you tell me if this is correct. You have a child that's with the father or mother, whoever it may be, and their family. So they are acting happy, things are normal, but really underneath, there's a lot of issues going on.
Yes.
Okay. So that's not abnormal for that to happen.
No, it's happened to numerous people I saw. And that's why, for example, in my case with my daughter being schizophrenic and paranoid and whatever, I explained that to him and back when he was younger, and said, we're going to have to hold off for a little bit because the brain's not working right. It's not your fault. And but I want to maintain that relationship because it's always his mother. That's his mother. I mean, we're adopting him, yes, but he knows that. And I was startled one day when I heard him talking to his friends, and he'd say, "No, it doesn't bother me." But when he talked to his friends in the same situation, it bothered him. And that's happened to me numerous times in the clinical, in my clinical practice.
Is there issues when one parent unilaterally decides to put a child into counseling without the agreement of the other parent?
I prefer most of the time that both parents be involved with it.
And why is that?
I only get one side of the story.
And so if that one parent and the step parent with that child are the only contacts with that counselor, would that give you concern as to what is happening?
I don't know about a concern, but it's probably gonna make it won't give the therapist the full perspective of what's going on.
So if you're really trying to fix it, you should have everyone involved. Is that what I'm hearing?
In the scenario described to me, you have to have everyone involved, right?
Is there an increased chance that a minor child, about 5 or 6 years old, to go back to maybe the internalization? You know, what I mean is that they act like they're happy or things are okay with the one side of the family. Does that happen at an increased, I guess, time, I guess, if there is either physical abuse or threat of physical abuse as well?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay, so you had indicated that that it can, yeah, that was poorly worded. If there is physical abuse or threat of physical abuse, is there an increased chance that the minor child is going to internalize maybe unhappy, negative, sad views to appease those parents or that
Yes.
parent or step parent?
The young child perceives the consequences of not aligning with that parent as severe or even more negative. There is more of a likelihood of that, yes.
And therefore it can distort things that child may say in counseling as well, if that is happening at home.
Yes.
No further questions.
Okay. Ms. Reed.
Dr. Haugen, you said that it occasionally happens that a child will internalize and appear happy and try and bury those feelings. Is that correct? When there's underlying issues going on? And so in a particular case, when the child hasn't seen, say, grandparents or extended family in almost 10 months, and there's been no behavior change since before the contact stopped and after the contact stopped, that would be concerning?
Concerning regarding not having a behavior change?
Yes.
I think that would be not having a behavior. Would that be concerning that they didn't have a behavior change? No, it wouldn't be concerning. I still think it would need to be explored. But at that age, if you're talking still 6 or 7 or whatever, they're gonna adopt the position of that parent.
So if she's still just if the child's still happy and she's doing well in school, she's not disclosing to anybody that she's upset or grieving or sad, you would still think there's a substantial risk of harm?
There's more of a risk of harm than later on as they emerge into their preteen and teen years, when they try to wrap their head around what occurred. Very similar to sexual abuse, where a child may not be injured at 5 or 6, but later on realize what happened, and then the symptoms come.
I have no further questions.
Dr. Haugen, just to follow up on that, what Ms. Reed stated is, would you find that unusual if, in fact, as she states, the child after the loss, let's say of a parent or other side of the family, that child would, again, function as they had prior to that loss?
I would say some children do that. I would find it unusual, although it is possible that it wouldn't come out later on as they're beginning to understand more what occurred.
Okay. If the child continues to act and react as they had prior to that loss, is that an indication that there was no harm experienced by the child?
No, it may be, again, we're in hypothetical here, it may be an indication that the child's just burying it and not buried it and not dealing with it at that time.
Okay. Mr. Bartell, anything else?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Reed?
Just quickly, Dr. Haugen, so you said that it may be that they're bearing with it or not dealing with it?
Objection has to answer. I mean, she can argue at the end and highlight whatever she wants. It's kind of a theme.
I can ask a different question.
Well, go ahead, Ms. Reed.
Well, Dr. Haugen, could it be that this child is completely happy, fine, and not bearing it at all?
Yeah, I guess it could be anything, I guess. I mean, but I haven't seen that very often, but I suppose depending on the child's temperament, previous coping abilities, some children do, yes.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Bartell?
Okay, so, and I understand, Dr. Haugen, I'm going to preface again, you haven't seen the child or whatever. And you had said that you hadn't seen it happen very often, to Ms. Reed's question. I guess you would have to take that in the context of whether or not there's verbal and physical abuse by the parent and step parent at home, and what processes were occurring with regards to unilateral decisions to the counselor and who was involved, and basically everything else you had said. Is that correct?
Yes, you'd have to put it all into context, yes.
So if we have secret counseling, unilateral counseling, and we have testimony that the grandparents were not involved at all with counseling, and the counselor did not get anyone else involved, and that there's been abuse, or at least verbal abuse, by a stepmother, do you think that would change your, I mean, would that give you extreme concern that the child may be suppressing things?
That would be a big hypothesis I'd entertain, yes.
And that would be consistent with the literature and your clinical experience?
Yes.
No further questions.
Anything else, Ms. Reed?
Yes, Your Honor. So Dr. Haugen, if the testimony came out that there wasn't secret counseling and that the parent knew about it and the counselor was trying to investigate some of these allegations, and this counselor was working with the child for 9 or 10 months, and that counseling was abruptly ended by a parent and that they were working through those issues, and there were none of these allegations, or there's no abuse, physical or emotional abuse going on, and that there was some severe, significant boundary violations done by the grandparent against this child, triangulating the grandparent against father to keep secrets and telling the child that the father is not the father. Would that change your opinion?
I guess
Wait, I'm gonna.
I wouldn't have an opinion because I didn't see him myself. I'd have to put the whole thing into context. Yes, that part of it could be, I'd have to assess the prior relationships, the relevance of that prior relationship, and dig on the child a little bit. It's really hard to say with any certainty that the court demands that it is or isn't.
So you can't say like 100% that this child's at a substantial risk of harm.
Objection, Your Honor. I don't think they talk in 100% certainties, but
I would say, I don't know 100%, but there's certainly a risk for the child, yes.
I have no further questions.
Okay, anything else, Mr. Bartel?
Dr. Haugen, do you ever have 100% certainties in your profession?
I don't have that in my life. No, not at all.
Okay. So we just talk about degrees of harm based upon your experience and clinical experience and what the literature says. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
You could say accurately that all sexually abused people aren't traumatized, aren't necessarily traumatized. There is some people who are sexually abused that don't exhibit very many trauma symptoms. Not common, but it occurs. It's not popular in the literature either, but it occurs.
And like I and like we I
Percent certainty. Right. But most of the time, often it occurs that the child demonstrates some harm.
And so what you testified here today was based upon your clinical experience and literature and talks about what happens often. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, no further questions.
Okay, Ms. Reed, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Dr. Haugen, that will conclude your testimony. Thank you. You're free to go. Have a great day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Bartel, next witness.
Yeah, so I'm going to call Stephanie Plain.
Okay, here she comes. You're still muted, ma'am.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
1 second before we have you testify. Ms. Toledo, if you could, when you're moving around, please cover your screen. It's very distracting. Yeah, either sit in one place still or cover it so we don't see it as you're moving about. Okay, thank you. Ms. Plain, we're going to take some testimony from you, so we need to have you raise your right hand, be sworn in, then we'll proceed.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay.
Ms. Plain, can you state your full name for the record, spelling your last?
Stephanie Lynn Plain, Plane.
And do you know a Kelsey Cronkite?
I do.
And how do you know her?
She is my granddaughter.
And when's the last time you've seen her?
In April.
Do you know a Chloe Cronkite?
I do.
And how do you know her?
She is my bonus great granddaughter through marriage.
Okay. And you know Ori Cronkite?
I do.
And who is he to you?
He is my granddaughter's husband, so my step grandson.
And let me ask, have you in the past seen Kelsey engage with Chloe?
Many times.
Okay. Have you ever seen her badmouth Taylor Morgan in front of the minor child?
Not Taylor, no.
Okay. How would you indicate that Kelsey's demeanor towards, I mean, let me rephrase that. Have you ever seen her scream at Chloe?
Yes, several times.
Okay. Um, the best you could tell, at least the reaction from Chloe, how did Chloe take that?
It appeared that it scared her. Anytime
And
children are yelled at, it scares them.
and let me, without saying specifically what Kelsey said, um, what was the reason why she was screaming at Chloe?
Kelsey has a short temper, and if Chloe maybe did something that displeased Kelsey, if she lied to her or if she picked on her brother, Kelsey loses her temper easily.
And you'd seen that more than one time?
Yes, I have.
And did you ever confront Kelsey with regards to that?
No,
And why not?
because of her short temper. And as a grandparent, I'm a great grandparent now. It has never been beneficial to interrupt her behavior or give her an opinion. As a grandmother who has raised two children, that I was always afraid that what has happened since April would happen. And that is, I can no longer see her children or Chloe.
So is it fair to say that you would walk on eggshells with Kelsey for fear of not being able to see your grandchildren?
Absolutely. It's always been that way.
Is
If
that
I
I,
would
because
object.
she,
How is this relevant to the grandparenting time case now?
Mr. Bartel, how's it relevant?
well, we just got off testimony from Dr. Haugen, where he was talking about the dynamics between a parent and a step parent, including yelling and screaming and physical violence, and how that can affect a child and what is going on here. This fits perfectly in what we're talking about.
The response, Ms. Reed?
But how is Stephanie's relationship with Kelsey relevant to the grandparenting time case before?
It is foundation, Your Honor, to indicate what she was doing, the interaction with Kelsey, and how Kelsey has always been around her and the children.
I'll allow for a limited purpose. We don't need to go into it too much, but obviously because we have to look at best interest, the court will consider it.
Ms. Plain, is it fair to say that you'd walk on eggshells around Kelsey?
often, yes.
Um, did it appear that Kelsey would control the situation or all situations with the children?
Most always, because she was 90% parenting with all three children and previously all four children.
Okay. And when you say she was the one parenting, was Ori around much?
Or he worked long hours all summer, spring, fall. He had a very busy job, and he was the only working person in the family.
And Did you see Kelsey control Chloe?
Oh, yes, certainly.
In which ways would you see her control Chloe?
Just like any parent, she was in charge.
Did there ever come a point when Kelsey told you that Chloe was lying to her all the time?
Yes.
And when was that?
In December of 23, around the holidays. It was after her and Ori came home from their week trip to Florida, the week of Thanksgiving. So it was after that. It was in early to mid-December.
I guess,
And
how did that even, oh, go ahead.
I was at their home, and she was confiding in me that Chloe was lying to her all the time, and it was becoming a problem. And as well, she complained about Uriah, that he was becoming very aggressive, and so that's when it was.
And when did your relationship with Kelsey begin to sour?
In late January of this year.
Okay. And why was that?
She was planning their end of February trip to Florida, and
I'm going to
asked
object,
me-
Your Honor. I still don't see why a relationship souring is relevant to grandparenting time.
How is that,
I guess-
Mr. Bartel?
Your Honor, I guess I can rephrase it and get to the point.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Yep. Ms. Plain, did there ever come a time that Kelsey wanted to borrow your car and put the children in danger?
Yes.
Okay, could you describe that situation to the court?
She asked if I could pick them up at the airport, and take them to their hotel. And after I thought about it, at first I said, of course I will. And then after I thought about it, after we had hung up, I realized that my Subaru Forester does not fit 6 people. It only fits 5 people, and without car seats in the only back seat, with only 2 adults in the front, you can't fit another adult and 3 children in my back seat, which to include Chloe, who was 5 years old at the time. So I texted her. Kelsey gets so angry so quickly that I can't have a calm conversation. And so, as walking on eggshells, like I said, I texted her. She constantly prefers texting to speaking. And I said, Kelsey, I texted her, I said, I realized you're going to have to get a larger vehicle. 6 of us.
I'm going to object again, Your Honor. I don't see how any of this is relevant to grandparenting time.
Okay, Mr. Bartel?
Well, I mean, the testimony overwhelming majority of the people, including family on the other side, has indicated that Kelsey takes care of all of the children, including Chloe. We have heard her anger and whatever else, and this goes to the best interest factors because Mr. Cronkite has no issue with his wife putting the children at risk. So it still goes to the best interest factors that the court may have to consider.
Okay, well, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
So when I told Kelsey that she was going to have to get a larger vehicle because of the tragedy that happened in 2022 that caused the death of our first great-grandchild, her first child, I said that I wouldn't drive 10 minutes with those children not safe in the car. And she became angry with me and started texting me, telling me, don't call me. You're
I'm gonna
stressing me
object to
out.
hearsay.
Sustained.
But she became angry, Miss Plain.
Pardon me?
She became angry.
Well, by text, she became angry, yes.
And then she didn't talk to you after that?
No,
Okay.
not,
One other
not
thing. Oh. When was the last time you had an encounter with Mr. Cronkite?
Please repeat that.
When was the last time you had an encounter with Mr. Cronkite?
Oh, I had an encounter with Ori Cronkite on a Sunday afternoon on a freeway, a very busy freeway on a Sunday after church. And I drove to a nursery. They had a big sale on plants. And my sister-in-law had asked me to look for some for her. And as I left the nursery and I turned north onto M66, I noticed immediately in my rear view mirror a huge white oversized truck on my tail. I mean, right almost up against my bike rack that's attached to my vehicle. And upon looking, I realized that was Ori Cronkite's truck. I thought it was. And his truck stayed on my tail. And I just drove maybe 50 miles an hour at the speed limit. And after about maybe a minute of him being right on my tail, no distance between us, he pulled into the oncoming lane, sped up ahead of me, in front of me, and then he slammed on his brakes. If I hadn't been in good control of my car, I would have slammed into the back of his truck. And then he stayed in my front bumper. And after 30, 45 seconds of that, I tried to pull into the passing lane to maybe get around him. And then I saw him pointing at his cell phone with his window rolled down. So I recognized exactly who it was. And I tried to pull around him, and he swerved his truck into my vehicle, and I had to swerve over into the southbound lane and almost into the ditch, at which I dropped back behind Ori's truck, and he stayed right in front of me, and then he was pointing for me, appearing that he wanted me to pull over to the side of the road. I had no idea what Ori would do, so I just stayed behind him. By that time, I dialed 911 and got a dispatcher. She told me to pull off to the next
No, you
road.
can't say hearsay.
And so we got to near Station 66, the restaurant.
Okay. So you had this encounter where he had almost run you off the road. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you have not had any contact with him since then?
No.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Reed, any questions?
I have no questions for this witness.
Okay. Ms. Plain, that will conclude your testimony. You're free to go. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Mr. Bartell, next witness.
No further witnesses, Your Honor. We rest.
Okay. Just making some notes. Ms. Reed, I note, not that it's late, but we're coming up on the noon hour. I didn't know if you had planned to have witnesses in this morning or start this afternoon or what. So what's
Allison Bartha's still around. I'd like to call her so she can go.
Yeah,
If she might
she's
have
still-
patients she needs to do.
Yes, she's still here. Let me bring.
okay? We'll go then. I just didn't know what you had planned.
And just so I understand, Your Honor, I anticipate she's going to be a long one. So should we just do the direct, and then I guess we can see where it goes. It may go for a while.
Let's see where it goes. If we have to go into the noon hour for a little bit, we can do that.
All right.
Please unmute Miss Bartha. Can you hear us, ma'am?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Ms. Bartha, we're going to take some testimony. So if you would raise your right hand, we'll have you sworn in, then we'll proceed.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead, Ms. Bree.
Miss Bartha, can you state and spell your last name?
Allison Bartha, B as in boy, A-R-T-H-A.
And where do you work?
Grace Health Family Practice in Battle Creek.
And what is your title there?
I am a behavioral health consultant.
And how long have you been at Grace Health?
I have been employed at Grace Health for 9 years. I've been in the behavioral health consultant role for about 4.
And what does a behavioral health consultant do?
We see and treat mental health clients.
You treat children?
I do.
Do you have any sort of licenses?
I have a license in social work through the state of Michigan.
Do you attend any classes to maintain that license?
We do continuing education.
Do you possess any degrees?
I have my associates, my bachelor's, and my master's.
And what are those in?
My associate's is in human services, and my bachelor's and master's is in social work.
Do you specialize in any particular social work field?
I particularly see like PTSD, anxiety, depression. I keep my schedule open for kids and adults. I wouldn't say that I have like a narrow specialization or credentialed in a specific area or field.
Okay, and do you know a Chloe Cronkite?
I do.
And were you seeing Chloe Cronkite for counseling purposes?
I was.
And how was that arranged?
She was put on my schedule.
Were you specifically requested?
I believe so. Yeah.
And do you have previous contact with the Cronkite family?
Do I have previous?
Are you seeing anybody else with the Cronkite family?
As far as treatment?
Yes.
I believe that would be a violation of my HIPAA to expose my caseloads.
And Ms. Reed, what's your response?
I can ask a different question.
Okay, thank you.
How long were you treating Chloe?
I have here.
Your Honor, I'm going to object if she's looking at notes. She's got to go off her memory. And there's a process to go through otherwise.
Well, maybe if you need to, Ms. Reed, to get her to refresh her memory.
Do you know if it was the beginning of this year?
I would say, yeah, beginning of this year, end of last year. If I had to guess, yeah.
And do you know how long you were treating Chloe for?
It was quite a few months. It was an extended period of time, yeah.
And what was the reason for counseling?
I believe she was brought to me due to a change in routine. Was routinely seeing her grandparents and talking to her mom, and it kind of stopped. So she was brought to me due to change of routine and some behavioral outbursts or some anxiety that we were working on.
And what tools and techniques are being explored in counseling to help deal with the change and her anxiety?
I focus a lot of on
Your
hands-on.
Honor, if I can, now that we've gotten into the now we're testifying about seeing Chloe, I'm going to object to her testimony. I'm going to say that because we already have testimony from Miss Morgan that this was unilaterally done. This court has the inherent authority to strike any testimony or evidence or anything that was obtained through an unlawful purpose. And therefore, this court has the ability to decide whether or not it will allow this type of testimony. I say that because the parent's decision-making authority, what we talked about earlier with Ms. Morgan, is that she did not agree to this counseling. And like I said, this court has the inherent authority to strike anything that was wrongfully obtained, whether it's a pleading or evidence in any particular matter.
Okay. Ms. Reed, what's your response?
Well, it's our position, Your Honor, that Miss Morgan agreed to this counseling initially, even though now she says she didn't. This counseling went on for a period of 9 months. There was no unlawful purpose for this counseling, and this counselor can provide information to the court regarding the best interest of the child and if there is a substantial risk of harm to this child.
Okay. Mr. Bartel, does that address your objection?
Not really. Just saying that a person can address different factors isn't really on point. With regards to what this court has in front of it is testimony from Taylor Morgan herself, who indicated, I did not agree to this counselor seeing my child. I guess the inquiry could be of this counselor as to whether or not she received a waiver and consent from both parents, which I will submit to the court. This counselor, in fact, did not.
Well, why don't I, Mr. Bartel, I'll give you an opportunity to voir dire the witness, and then we can see what happens.
Sure. Ms. Bartha, did you know who the mother of Chloe is?
Yes.
And how'd you get that information?
Through Chloe.
Okay. Did you get any information from the father?
No.
Okay. And did you get any information from Chloe's stepmother?
No.
Okay. And so you had someone come. What is your process at Grace Health to ensure that there has been authorization given for a child to see you?
They will schedule an appointment with our receptionist, and the receptionist do and file all of that paperwork. And then she's placed on my schedule.
Okay. And does your facility have forms for both parents to sign to consent to the treatment?
I don't know that I can speak on that because I haven't been trained as far as like the paperwork process that has to be filled out when a new patient is being established in our facility.
Okay. And are you aware of your facility ever getting a consent from Miss Morgan to treat Chloe?
Yeah, I don't know that I can speak on that either.
And it was your understanding that Miss Morgan and Mr. Cronkite were not together, correct?
Yeah, yes, I did know that.
Okay. And was it your understanding that they may not have agreed on various things and have been involved in the court system before with regards to custody with Chloe?
That was not my understanding, no.
But you did not inquire either about that. Is that correct?
Not unless it was brought up in sessions with Chloe that her mom was incarcerated. We would talk about some phone calls that she would have.
Okay. But you never inquired from the father. Is that correct?
No.
Is there a reason why you wouldn't have any conversations with the father?
That's out of my job duties at Grace Health to inquire information about that. that would have already been done through the initial intake process when they scheduled the appointment.
And do you have a particular supervisor at your place that
I do.
supervises your work?
I do.
And who is that?
Dr. McLeod.
I guess, Your Honor, I would still renew my objection. There's no information here that had indicated that there was a waiver and consent for such counseling to occur with Chloe in this particular matter. We had only one side bringing Chloe in for particular counseling. There is joint legal custody. Mr. Cronkite has a history of unilaterally doing things, and he is fully aware of how this process works. He's not new to the court system, and the court obviously understands that given the extensive history in this particular matter.
Okay. Ms. Reed, what's your response?
I still do not see how this was for an unlawful purpose. The child needed counseling. It was placed in counseling, and this witness can offer the court information that is up to date, at least until counseling was stopped as of a couple months ago.
Okay.
If I could respond, Your Honor,
Go ahead.
they just admitted essentially that we got the information. It was for a lawful purpose to seek counseling, and guess what? It was Mr. Cronkite who filed a motion the day after, I think it was our last hearing or the hearing before, asking for counseling to continue. He knows the process, and they're still not addressing that he knows the process. And legal custody means that both parents agree on what's going to happen with regards to important decision making concerning the minor child, which clearly includes mental health treatment.
Okay. Any response, Ms. Reed?
We did file motions to continue counseling, but custody and parenting time issues are a separate and distinct issue. Rather, you can't combine them with grandparenting time. If we're having custody and parenting time issues, then you bring that in the custody case under a parenting time issue or the custody issue or whatever it may be, because Ms. Morgan is in prison. This witness is here to testify about this child's best interest and substantial risk of harm regarding grandparenting time. These are two different issues.
Well, maybe two different issues, Ms. Reed, but obviously Ms. Morgan does have joint legal custody. And with joint legal custody comes all sorts of, again, responsibilities and privileges, if you would, and that's to make important decisions concerning the child's well-being, their health, and all sorts of other things. It's spelled out usually in the custody order. And in this particular case, Mr. Cronkite has physical custody, but the parties share legal custody. And in this case, the defendant has testified that she did not agree to the counseling. She wouldn't agree to the counseling. In fact, she fought that, and it was fought when it came before me. I discontinued the counseling because it would not be consented to. Today, Ms. Barthes sought there's going to be testimony concerning the child, and we don't have a waiver signed by Ms. Morgan or consent for the counseling or consent for her to testify as to those issues, which she has a right as a parent to do. So the court does believe that, again, there, at least as it relates to that joint legal custody, that she maintains and retains those rights, and there's been no waiver of consent to that. So the court is going to bar the testimony of Ms. Bartha at this particular time, unless there should be a waiver or consent at some point in the future. So, Ms. Bartha, I guess I will conclude your testimony. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Next witness, Ms. Reed.
My next witness is going to be Ari, and that's going to be another long one, so I would not object if the court wants to break or continue.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we break, and then we'll come back at why don't we come back at start at 1 o'clock?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
37th Circuit Court is back in session with the Honorable Brian K. Kirkham presiding. It is Tuesday, October 1st, 2024 at 1:06 p.m. for 2019-2687 DC. For Cronkite versus Taylor Morgan and the interveners, Attorney Reed for the plaintiff and Attorney Bartel for the defendant and interveners.
Okay. Good afternoon. Welcome back. We left off with you, Miss Reed, and you were going to call your client. Are you still going to call your client?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Concrete, we need to have you raise your right hand, be sworn in, then we'll proceed.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. You can put your hand down now, sir. Go ahead, Miss Reed, when you're ready.
Can you state and spell your natural name for the record, please?
Ronkhite.
And then can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. And you are the father of Chloe?
Yes, I am.
And how old is she?
She is 6 years old.
Okay. When Chloe was born, did you and Miss Morgan live together?
Yes.
And where did you live?
We lived at Jamie and Carlina's house.
And how long did you live there?
We lived there until Chloe was about 6 months old, 7 months old. And then we moved into our house on Lacey Ave.
Okay. And during that 6-month period, I believe Miss Morgan and Miss Toledo testified that they were primarily taking care of Chloe at night and providing her care. Is that true?
No.
What was occurring during that time?
We would split it on and off. I would take care of Chloe too, as Mr. Morgan stated in his testimony.
So you're equally taking care of her?
Yes.
What was the grandparents' involvement at that time?
Just a typical grandparent. They would help with Chloe if we needed help. Like if we had plans to do something, they would watch her. Or if I was at work and Taylor was at work, then either my mom and dad would watch Chloe or Jamie and Carlina would.
And when you moved to Lacey Ave when she was approximately 6 months old, how long did you live at Lacey Ave together?
Until she was like 1 year and 2 months, I think.
And what was the grandparents' involvement then?
Just the same. They would take Chloe just the same involvement.
How often were they taking Chloe?
I would say usually on the weekends and probably every other weekend, maybe sometimes a reoccurring weekend, and then not usually on the weeknights.
And then when she was a little over 1 year old, where did you move to?
I moved back in with my parents at the time.
Okay, and what were you doing for parenting time?
We did every other week on, week off.
And how long did that happen for?
For a couple months until Taylor was incarcerated.
And Taylor lived with her parents the entire time?
As I know of, yes.
Okay. When you say a couple months, can you try and put a number on it?
I would say until Chloe was 1 year and 6 months, maybe.
Okay. And how long was Taylor incarcerated for?
Well, she's been in and out of jail. I don't know exactly an exact time, but from really for the last 4 years, she's been in and out of jail, and then she's been in prison for the last 2 or year and a half.
Okay, so from when Chloe was about 1.5, going forward, what has the grandparents' involvement been and how often do they see Chloe?
Well, for a little while, we let her go over there, like every Wednesday, and then she would stay the night a couple times a week or a couple times on the weekend, and then it slowly diminished and just went down to a Wednesday night, and then it diminished to nothing because of the stuff I found out.
When did it start doing every Wednesday?
That was after the when the parenting time got ordered, and after school started.
Do you remember what year that was?
2022.
So 2022, they started doing every Wednesday?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
And that was, what were they doing for weekend parenting time?
It was just if we needed them to watch Chloe, or like if we had plans, or if they asked to watch Chloe, if they asked for her to come over, then she would go over there.
Is this, when you're saying weekends, are you talking before Taylor was incarcerated or after?
Well, before and after for a short period of time.
When was the last time the grandparents did alternating weekends?
2022, right? I'm gonna say 20. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 2022, towards the end of 2022.
So after 2022 and into last year, how often did they exercise overnight parenting time per week?
Just any if they would ask for Chloe, it was never a set time. It was just periodically.
Would it be like, because we're trying to figure out how much contact Chloe's had with the grandparents. So when you say whenever they would ask for it, was it every weekend? Was it every other weekend? Was it one weekend a month?
I mean, I would say sometimes it would be 2 weekends a month, but most of the time 1 weekend a month, and then like maybe a sporadic day in between or something.
Okay, and when was the last time they had grandparenting time?
The last time she was over there was after Thanksgiving, right after Thanksgiving.
So when the grandparents and the witnesses testify that she was over there 2, 3, even 4 nights per week consistently, is that true? Ari, can you hear me?
I can now. Everything froze up for a second.
Did you hear my question?
Yeah, yep. I said absolutely not.
Okay. During the time that you lived with the grandparents, were they providing you and Taylor with assistance?
Yeah, they did. They provided us with assistance when we lived there.
Okay, and after you moved to Lacey Avenue?
I mean, just household. Like they helped us buy stuff for the house and stuff like that.
Okay, when you and Taylor separated, were they still providing care and help for Chloe?
Yeah, but just like offered care. It wasn't nothing that I needed them to do or I couldn't do myself. It was because they offered.
Okay. Have they ever given you substantial sums of money?
No. Only money they ever gave me was the money that Jamie paid me when I worked for him for working.
It has been alleged that your wife is not a good role model for the Chloe to be around. Do you believe that's true?
Absolutely not.
Can you describe your wife's relationship with Chloe?
They have a great relationship. They, I mean, that they just have a typical. I mean, Chloe knows that she's her stepmother, but they have a typical mother-daughter bond because she's been the mother in Chloe's life since Taylor's been absent.
Has Chloe ever shown signs that she's afraid of your wife?
Absolutely not.
How do you discipline the kids in your house?
Put them in timeout.
Do you ever use spankings or like corporal punishment?
No, I have not. I have not with Chloe. I have with my sons a couple times, but not with Chloe. No,
Does Kelsey ever use corporal punishment?
no, no. They go and timeout and stand in the corner.
Have you ever heard Kelsey scream at the kids?
No, I mean not scream at them. I mean me and Kelsey will raise their voice if they're doing something bad or that they're not supposed to do. We'll tell them to stop. I mean, we don't scream at them.
Has there ever been threats of violence towards the kids?
Absolutely not.
Have CPS ever been involved with you?
No,
Do you know if CPS has ever been involved with Kelsey?
no, they have not.
Has law enforcement ever been called regarding concerns of abuse or neglect?
No.
Why do you not agree to grandparenting time?
Because Chloe came home one day and asked me if I
I'm gonna
would
object to hearsay.
Okay, sustained. Mr. Concrete, you can't say what Chloe said or any other third party.
All right. Just trying to think of a better way to word it. But no, I don't agree to it because she, or man, I guess I don't know how to word it without saying that she asked me.
Did she ask you something or did she tell you something?
She asked me. Well, and she asked me and she told me.
And based on what she said, is that based on your decision not to agree to grandparenting time?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd request that my client state what the child told them, not for the truth of the matter asserted, but for the effect on the listener.
Your Honor, that is exactly what they're trying to do. They are trying to prove hearsay, which is the truth of the matter asserted. And this is just an end around, essentially, the hearsay rule. Otherwise, that would always be the standard, Your Honor, as to this is what I did when I heard this. That would be every hearsay.
Well, that's exactly what effect on the listener is I heard this and this is my reaction to what I heard. We're not saying what it said is true.
Well, Ms. Reed, I don't see any way that that would get in, and not with the idea that that's what was said and that it's true, or at least that it was true as to what she said. So unless you can state specifically an exception to the hearsay rule, which this falls into, I will sustain the objection.
All right, can you explain, are you concerned regarding the grandparents' environment they're providing for Chloe?
Yes, most definitely.
Why?
Because she would act anxious when she would come home. Anytime she would come home, she would be kind of standoffish at first, and And it's hard to say without saying what she told me, I guess. I don't
Does she want to go see her grandparents?
know. She's told me.
Objection, objection to hearsay, Your Honor. And
Okay,
they're
Ms.
trying
Reed?
to-
We're not asking for a specific statement. He can explain her reactions that she gives when he asks her if she wants to go see the grandparents. I didn't ask for, does Chloe outright say no, she doesn't want to go?
Well, I
Well,
think
there's-
that's the intent of it, and that's what would come in. So I'll sustain it at this point unless you can establish it otherwise.
Ari, do the grandparents allege in their motion that Chloe looks to them for a stable factor in her life and wishes to continue to have contact? Is that true?
Objection,
I
there's
didn't
some
hear
lack
that.
of foundation.
I didn't hear the question.
Mr. Bartel, lack of foundation, it's in your pleadings.
Well, I understand, but it was a direct question to him without laying any foundation as to his belief as to that. She didn't talk about, do you see, by way of example, do you see the interaction between the child and the grandparents and whatever else? So that's what I mean by lack of foundation.
Well, I'll overrule it, let him ask, and you can delve into that on cross-examination.
Ari, the question was, the grandparents allege in their motion that Chloe looks to them as a stable factor in her life and wishes to continue to have contact. Is that true?
No.
And how long has it been since Chloe has seen the grandparents?
It's been a little over 10 months now.
If Chloe wanted to see the grandparents, would you allow it?
Yes.
I want to talk to my daughter.
Do you have concerns regarding the grandparents' home?
What was that? I didn't hear that.
Do you have concerns regarding the grandparents' home?
Yes.
What are your concerns?
The environment there.
What about
Very-
the environment?
There's always constantly arguing going on between Jamie and Carlina.
I'm going to object to lack of foundation again. He's not even talking about if he's even present.
Well, I guess I'll assume that, but lay a foundation, Miss Reed.
Have you been present when Jamie and Carlina are arguing?
Yes.
Are children present?
Yes.
Has Chloe been present?
No, Chloe wasn't present when I witnessed them arguing. No.
Other kids were?
Just their Tyler, their son, which that was when he was younger also. Which is part of the reason me and Taylor moved out of the house, is because Jamie and Carlina would always argue.
Okay. There's been testimony from a couple of witnesses that there's issues during exchanges of parenting time, and that Chloe is upset and does not want to come home to you. Is that true?
No, I've never witnessed her upset to want to come home with me.
How often do you participate in exchanges?
50-50. I would mainly do the picking up, and Kelsey would usually do the dropping off because I would be at work, but I would do most of the pickups.
Was she ever hesitant to go to the grandparents?
Actually, one time she was hesitant. Last time I went to go bring her to Gloria, and I was on my way to bring her there, and she told me her stomach was upset.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, I'm sorry.
Sustained.
Yep, I'm sorry. But she ended up not going there because her stomach was upset, and
Do
she was
do you
nervous.
remember when that was?
Yeah, um, it was right around the Thanksgiving time, right around Thanksgiving, right after she hadn't went to Jamie and Carlina's.
And do the grandparents last year, were they buying stuff for Chloe?
Yeah, I mean stuff for their house. I mean they didn't buy stuff for me, for Chloe.
Did you ever request them buy stuff for you for Chloe?
No. Or yes,
You know,
yeah, we did request for them to buy snow pants one time, yes.
okay. Who takes care of Chloe when she's sick?
Me and my wife.
Have the grandparents ever cared for Chloe when she was sick?
Yeah, they have.
Do you remember when that was?
Um, I don't remember a specific date, no.
Was she spending a like significant period of time with them when she was sick?
No.
Did you ever request that Carlina or Jamie buy dirt bike gear for Chloe?
Absolutely not. No. Actually my wife Kelsey, her mom and stepdad bought all the dirt bike gear because he owns the motorcycle shop. And
And this is not the first time that there's been a period of time where Chloe has not seen the grandparents. Is that correct?
yes.
Do you recall when it was the first time?
Um, I don't recall the exact date. No.
Do you remember what year?
Yeah, it was 2022. I'm pretty sure, or 20. Yeah, I'm pretty sure 2022, end of 23.
And how long did they go with no contact with Chloe during that time?
It was about 7 months.
Okay, and Miss Toledo testified that the reason for no contact was she got in trouble for letting Chloe talk to her mom on the phone and taking her shopping. Is that true?
Not for taking her shopping. But how do I word it? They told Chloe to lie to me and that I was
Objection, Your
smoking.
Honor, that is speculation.
Okay, Ms. Reed?
I can follow up with my client to see if it's speculation or not and ask questions.
Okay, follow up and lay a foundation.
Ari, were you present during phone calls with Taylor and Chloe?
I not at first, no. I had no idea about them at first.
And did you particularly care that they were occurring?
No, I just would have liked to have known.
And did Carlina ever talk to you about phone calls with mom?
No,
Would you prevent those phone calls with mom?
no.
So why did the contact stop without saying what was said by anybody for the 7 months?
Because I was being lied to
By who?
by Carlina and my daughter and Jamie
What was Carlina lying about?
about having Chloe talk to Taylor on the phone.
And what about Chloe talking to Taylor on the phone would mean no grandparenting time?
Well, if I would, like I said, if I would have known that she was talking to them, I would have had no problem with it. It was just the fact that they were hiding it from me.
Was Chloe upset about talking to her mom?
She was not upset about talking to her mom, upset about what she thought I would do if I knew she was talking to her
I'm
mom.
going to object to lack of foundation is speculation. And trying to get around the hearsay rule here.
Yeah, I'll sustain it unless a proper foundation is laid.
But you're willing to facilitate phone calls between Chloe and her mom, correct?
Yes, absolutely. I was trying to, and we had the phone calls going until they abruptly stopped, until Miss Morgan stopped calling my phone.
Do you know when she stopped calling your phone?
It was like around March of this year.
How often was mom having phone calls with Chloe?
It was sporadic. It would be sometimes twice a week or once a week.
How are those phone calls facilitated? When I ask that, I mean, do you call mom or does mom have to call you?
She has to call us.
Did you guys ever set up a time for that?
No, we didn't set up like an exact time. No, she would just call us sporadically. I mean, a couple times we did. Like, she would call if I was at work and I wasn't with Chloe, then she would call back a couple hours later when I got home.
Are you guys video calling or is it voice calling?
Oh, it's just voice call.
Are you able to send JPay messages to mom?
Yeah.
Have you received any JPay messages from mom?
No.
When was the last message you sent to mom?
No, it was around the same time, around March. Well, and then actually we just had sent one just Thursday or Friday to try and line up days for Chloe to talk to her.
Have you received a response back?
No, I haven't yet, no.
Never got no message.
I don't know how long it takes her to get messages or not in there.
Have you tried to call mom at the prison?
I missed her phone call one time and tried to call it back, and it just directed me to like the front desk at the prison or whatever. And they just told me that I have to receive the phone call. I can't call her.
I'm gonna object to hearsay, Your Honor.
Okay, I don't think it's that important, so.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you willing to facilitate a relationship between Chloe and mom?
Yes.
Do you care that Chloe has pictures of her mom up in her room?
No.
Does Chloe have pictures of her mom at your house?
Yeah, she does.
It's been alleged that you stopped grandparenting time because the grandparents were spoiling Chloe and buying her too much stuff. Is that true?
No.
Has Chloe's behavior changed in any way since she stopped seeing her grandparents?
If anything, she's gotten better. If anything, her behavior's improved. She's not anxious, doesn't feel like she has to lie to me. She's doing dance class. She's doing super well in school. She's all around exceptional. She's doing great.
She doesn't appear depressed.
No.
Is she sad?
No.
Is she at all withdrawn?
I didn't hear that last part.
Is she withdrawn? Is she like kind of closed in on herself?
No.
It's been alleged that Chloe's not doing well in your and your wife's care. Is that true?
Absolutely not. She's doing amazing.
Are you able to financially support her?
100%, yes.
Do you buy her the things she wants and needs?
Yes,
Are you able to take her on fun activities?
most definitely. We go camping all the time. We go to Tennessee, we go to Florida, we just went to New York. I mean, we do all types of vacations.
Oh, it's been alleged that Chloe's been physically and emotionally abused by Kelsey. Is that true?
Absolutely not. If she was, she would not be my wife.
In the grandparents' affidavit, it states that Kelsey's threatened to break Chloe's arm. Is that true?
Absolutely not.
Is there any history of domestic violence in your house?
No.
Do you have a criminal history?
No.
Are there any verbal altercations between you and Kelsey?
We had one verbal altercation like 2 years ago, and that was what was brought up by Jamie and Carlina when they came and picked Chloe up the one time. That's the only verbal altercation or anything like that has happened.
Any physical altercations?
No.
Do you believe that the grandparents will foster a relationship between you and your daughter?
No.
And why is that?
Because they've done nothing but slander my name around town for the last 10 months.
Do you believe they will honor and respect your wishes and requests as Chloe's father and parent?
No, they specifically told me they would not.
What did they say?
When I went over and confronted Jamie and Carlina about the issues I had that were brought up by Chloe to me, I went over and confronted them about them. And it turned into a physical altercation, and they specifically told me that nobody will tell them what they can and can't do with their granddaughter.
When you say it got physical, what happened?
Jamie actually grabbed a hold of my shirt and was pushing me around, and then I ended up leaving.
Jamie Morgan testified that during this confrontation, you were making disparaging comments about Taylor. Is that true?
No.
It's been alleged that you're doing drugs. Is that true?
No.
Did you ever do drugs?
Yes, I did. I had a period where I did take Vicodin for a little while, but I stopped doing that. I haven't
And where
taken a
did
Vicodin in a little over a year now.
where did you get the Vicodin from?
From Don Plain and Jamie Morgan and Carlina. Carlina does people's hair and takes them for payment.
Objection is the lack of foundation and speculation. Is he present when this happens?
I'll
I
sustain
have
it.
been, yes.
I'll sustain it unless you lay a foundation.
Ari, were you present when those transactions occurred of this pills for services?
Yes, I was.
Do you know when that occurred?
I don't know an exact date, but yeah, it was at her salon that's underneath the Bolero bowling lanes.
It's been alleged or insinuated that you are coercing Chloe into making allegations or having certain beliefs. Is that true?
No.
Are you talking to her about this case?
No. The
Did you talk to her about?
the only time I talked to her about it was when she had to go and talk to the judge.
Did you tell her what to say to judge?
No. No. I just told her that she had to go and talk to somebody. He had some questions to ask her, and that was it.
Do you make disparaging comments about the grandparents to Chloe?
No.
Do you make disparaging comments about Taylor to Chloe?
No.
Does Kelsey make disparaging comments about the grandparents around Chloe?
No.
Does she make disparaging comments about Taylor to Chloe?
No.
It's been testified to by a couple witnesses that you made comments praising the grandparents and how great they are and that how close they are to Chloe. Is that true?
No.
There was some testimony from Elisa Toledo about a recital. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And at that recital, she claims that you were holding Chloe like a baby with your hand on her head, kind of preventing her from moving or looking around anywhere. Is that true?
No, she was actually walking next to me. I wasn't even holding her. She was walking on her own 2 feet next to me.
Can you explain what happened at this recital?
Yeah, well, they claimed that I was blocking their view when they were in the right section all the way up front in the front row. And I was in the same section at first as them, behind them. And then when Chloe came out for her recital, which was all the way at the end, I went up to the front of the middle section. So there's no way I was blocking their view. Me and my son went to the front of the middle section, and I just was videotaping Chloe. I wasn't yelling anything. I waved at her and, "Hi, sissy," and just to let her know that I was there, and videotaped it. And then after her recital was over, we walked out back and got Chloe, and we're walking up. And then that's when Alyssa and Andrea just were, I don't know, they were just like walking next to us. I never even really exchanged words with them.
Okay. And I believe Alyssa, or maybe it was Andrea, testified to there was supposed to be some sort of meeting with Andrea and Gloria, possibly in November, for some sort of time with Chloe.
In November. Yeah, that's when I was going to bring Chloe over there, and then she told me then she complained about having an upset stomach and didn't want to go. So I didn't bring her over there because she was nervous and anxious.
Are you trying to exclude Taylor's family from seeing Chloe?
No.
Have they reached out to you to ask to see Chloe?
No.
When was the last time you had contact with Tyler?
The last time I had contact with Tyler was actually him driving past one of my jobs on East Avenue, shouting, yelling stuff at me. I don't know exactly what he was saying, but.
And when was that?
Just a couple weeks, like just 2 weeks ago. It was like 3 days before our first court date.
When was the last time you had contact with Andrea?
At the dance recital.
And that was with Alyssa too?
Yep.
Has Gloria tried to reach out to you?
No, not since then. No.
When you say since then, since the dance recital or November?
Since November.
So Stephanie Plain testified that you tried to essentially run her off the road. Do you recall hearing that testimony today?
Yes, I do.
Is that true?
Absolutely not.
Do you recall this incident?
Yeah, I didn't even know that. So I was never behind Stephanie. I was driving in front of her, and I did not know it was her on M66. And I was driving, and a deer ran out in front of me. I slammed the brakes, and then I I just kept driving. And then like an hour and a half went by and I got a phone call from a sheriff asking me about the incident. And as I told him, I never even knew that Stephanie was behind me. And a deer ran out in front of me. I slammed my brakes and that was it. I never intentionally slammed my brakes because it was her. I simply slammed the brakes because there was a deer running in front of me.
How did you find out it was Stephanie behind you?
Because the sheriff called me.
But you didn't see her?
No, I didn't know that it was her behind me until the sheriff called me and asked me about the situation. That's when he informed me it was Stephanie that was behind me.
Regarding counseling and Chloe, have you tried to have conversations with Taylor about counseling?
Yes.
And when did those conversations happen?
They happened when I was having the phone calls with Taylor and Chloe when I was, it was, I want to say in February, I was on the phone with her and spoke to her about Chloe being in counseling, going to counseling, and she had no problem with it. She agreed to it. And I never knew that she had a problem with it until they abruptly stopped it.
If Taylor had told you she had an issue with counseling, would you have been able to work it out with Taylor?
Yeah, I'm sure we could have figured something out.
Were you ever
She
told
never
why
informed me
Taylor
that-
didn't? Go ahead.
She never informed me that she had a problem.
Did she ever tell you why she didn't agree with Allison Bartha?
No.
Object to hearsay.
Agreed.
It's an opposing party statement because Miss Morgan's a party to the case and it's a conversation between the parents.
Okay.
Well, actually, I'll take just for whatever it's worth, Your Honor. Actually, Miss Reed had argued before that Taylor was not a party to this. This is between the grandparents and the plaintiff. So I'm just telling you what she had said before. Okay. So it's
well, Miss Reed can say a lot of things, but the fact is she is a party. So.
No.
Sorry, she never told you why she disagreed with Allison?
No.
Is it difficult to communicate with Mom because she's in prison?
Very.
Do you know how long it takes for like JPay messages to reach Miss Morgan?
I have no clue, no.
Are you currently participating in counseling with Chloe?
I'm gonna be enrolling her with the lady that you guys recommended to me.
Have you contacted Margaret Hunter?
Yeah, I left her a message. I haven't received a phone call back yet.
Do you know if Miss Hunter is able to facilitate Taylor being in on those messages or those counseling sessions?
I don't know.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Bartel.
Yes. Isn't it true that you worked for Jamie Morgan for a couple different periods of time?
Yes.
Isn't it true you'd go over to his house a lot before November 2023?
Yes. Yeah, his shop was at his house too.
Okay. And isn't it true that Chloe would go over there a lot as well?
Yeah, as much as I stated before, yes.
Isn't it true you called Jamie your best friend in 2023?
What's that?
Isn't it true you called Jamie your best friend in 2023?
I didn't call him a best friend, no. But I was good friends with him, yes. We did used to share a great relationship.
Isn't it true that he has tried to reach out to you on multiple occasions over the last 3 months and you've not returned his call?
He has not tried calling me, no.
Isn't it true he has sent you text messages trying to talk to you?
He sent me one text message, but it was after they already filed all the court stuff, so I just didn't respond. Yes, he did, though.
So you admit you weren't trying to work on any issues that you perceived to be out there.
No, I didn't say I wasn't going to work on any issues. I just didn't respond.
Well, by not responding, you're not willing to work on issues. If you were willing to work on issues, you would respond back, correct?
Yeah, I just wasn't ready at the time. Yeah.
Oh, when was that?
Just right after November. It was like a week after everything happened.
So that was the only that was the only time he reached out to you.
That's the only time I ever received anything from him. Yes.
So what about Carlina? Isn't it true she has tried to reach out to you?
Absolutely not.
Well, let me finish. Isn't it true she has tried to reach out to you via text or calls in the last 9 months?
No, it's not true. I have no missed calls, no text messages from Carlina. Not one.
Isn't it true in February of 2024, Gloria, that you were referring to, actually was texting with you? You had indicated that she could see Chloe, and then you were not allowing her to see Chloe. Is that correct?
Yes, that's when I told you that Chloe had an upset stomach and was anxious and nervous and told me she did not want to go.
Well, where was it? February of 24 or November of 23?
It was right after. I don't remember the exact date, honestly.
Are you on drugs today?
No, sir.
No drugs whatsoever?
No, sir.
Isn't it true that you lied to the court taking cocaine before?
No, I didn't lie to the court.
Isn't it true back on November 18th, 2019, this court ordered that you be tested and you tested positive for cocaine?
Yes.
And isn't it true in your pleadings before that day, and including your former counsel, you said that you did not do cocaine?
I may have said that, yes.
Okay, so you lied to the court.
In 2019, I might have. Yeah.
Yeah. So you lied to the court back in 2019, but now you're saying you might have. Okay, so you admit that you had told the court through your pleadings that you signed and with your counsel that you didn't take cocaine, correct?
I didn't hear the end of that. The screen froze up.
Isn't it true that through your counsel and you had also signed under oath that you did not do cocaine, correct? In 2019?
In 2019, correct, yes.
Okay, yeah. So you lied to the court, not maybe.
I said yes, correct.
Okay. And so how can we believe you today when you have lied to the court before?
Because I'm a different person. I'm not the same person I was in 2019.
Okay. So when we can verify it, you may lie, but other times you may not?
No.
Okay. Do you allow Chloe to see your parents?
Yes.
Do you allow them to babysit?
Yes.
And do you allow your daughter to spend nights with your parents?
On occasion, yes.
And school functions?
And what?
And school functions?
What about them?
That they go to school functions? You allow that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, if you were to die, would you want to have your child see your parents at all?
How's that? I don't.
I object. I don't see how that's relevant.
What does that have to do with anything?
hold on. Mr. Bartel?
Wait. Your Honor, I think it is relevant. What we're dealing with is grandparenting time. What we're dealing with is his denial, and I'm trying to figure out what he really believes in the grandparent grandchild relationship. And so I think it is relevant.
I think you can ask that was kind of a convoluted hypothetical if he was to die. So
Well, I don't know how else. Oh, I'm sorry.
Maybe you can again phrase it differently and get to where you want to go.
Mr. Cronkite, you would want that relationship to continue, correct?
If it was a healthy relationship.
So my question is, you would want that to continue, correct?
If it was a healthy relationship, it depends on the circumstances.
And if there was some squabbles between you and your parents, would you try to work on those differences so that your parents could see Chloe?
It just depends on the circumstance, I guess.
Isn't it true that you had asked that Carlina Toledo and Jamie Morgan be the supervisor to Taylor Morgan when the last order in 2021 was entered?
Yes, I did.
Isn't it true you argued in court that they were stable and appropriate to be supervisors with regards to Chloe?
Yeah, at that time.
Isn't it true that you had actually argued to the court that you believed that they were the ones, in fact, taking care of Chloe, and it was not Taylor Morgan taking care of Chloe when it was her parenting time? I'm sorry, I think you froze up. So
I froze up. I didn't hear anything.
Okay, I'll try to re-ask that. Isn't it true that you had asked the court and actually made the argument to the court that you believed that it was Carlina Toledo and Jamie Morgan, in fact, taking care of Chloe when it was Taylor Morgan's parenting time, Chloe?
Yes.
And in fact, haven't you made the argument to the court in multiple hearings that previous to this one, that you believe it was Carlina Toledo and Jamie Morgan taking care of, or primarily taking care of Chloe, and it wasn't Taylor Morgan, right?
Yeah, it was the same question you just asked, but yeah.
Well, for her whole entire life, correct?
What do you mean for her whole entire life?
Let me rephrase that. You believed that it was, in fact, Carlina Toledo and Jamie Morgan taking care of Chloe her entire life whenever Chloe was over at their house, and it wasn't Taylor.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, you talked about how your current wife does not physically hit Chloe or yell or scream at her. Correct?
Well, I said, like, we'll yell at them to, like, if they're doing something wrong, say one of them has if something is, they're doing something wrong, then yeah, but no, we don't physically punish them. No, we put them in timeout.
Okay, so but my question is that you had made that comment, correct?
Yes.
You are the sole earner in your relationship, your marriage with your wife, correct?
What was that?
You're the sole earner in your family, correct?
My wife works also
Where does she work?
at Firekeepers Casino.
When did she start working there?
A few months ago, about
Okay.
6 months ago.
6 months ago?
Yeah.
And how long have you lived there?
I've lived here for a little over 3 weeks now.
Okay, so before that 3 weeks, did you have
Yeah,
cameras at your other place?
in my previous house, I had the same cameras. Yes. So
Okay,
I've had
so
them for the course of 4 or 5 years. Same
Okay.
cameras inside the house.
Okay, and is that recording cameras?
Yeah. Yep. They're security cameras. They record every corner of my house and they have audio.
Every room of your house.
Yeah, I mean not my kids' room, but my kitchen, my living room, my front entryway, my outside entryway, my back entryway. Yeah.
And isn't it true though, Kelsey would take Chloe to various appointments, or
What was that again? I didn't hear the end of that.
isn't it true that Kelsey would take Chloe to various appointments outside of the house?
Oh yeah. Yeah, we both would.
But sometimes she would by herself.
Yeah, maybe once or twice, but a lot of times I have to go because I'm Chloe's father.
Isn't it true that you just moved to a different school district?
Yes.
And and it isn't
I'm
true
gonna object how this is relevant to grandparenting time.
Your Honor, it goes to, he talks about he follows rules and everything, and he unilaterally takes the kid to another school district when there's joint legal custody. It goes with best interest factors, Your Honor.
Well, I'll overrule the objection. You can answer.
Yeah, I did put her into a new school district, but I have no way of communicating with Taylor. And honestly, I guess that I didn't know that I had to tell Taylor that she was going to a different school with her being in prison. But I guess I was wrongly informed. I thought I only had to notify Taylor if I moved more than 90 miles away.
Isn't it true that when you had communication with Taylor before, in January or February of this year, you had told her you wanted sole legal custody so you could take her to move her around where you wanted, including school districts?
No, that's not true. No.
Okay. So why did you need sole legal custody?
Because I asked her for sole legal custody just because it's hard communicating everything when she's in prison, and
But for what reason?
for that reason, what I just said.
But for what reason? Like changing school districts, medical,
No.
what reason?
No, just because it's hard to communicate with her, and like appointments and stuff that she has to, like any doctor's appointments, or like she had to have surgery on her feet. Like it's hard to communicate and get certain things signed when Taylor's in prison.
What did you need signed in prison?
When Chloe was getting her feet surgery.
And when was that?
It was end of 2022.
Isn't it true you had filed a motion to resume counseling that you had filed with this court?
Yes.
Did you review the initial final judgment regarding custody, parenting time, and child support?
Yes.
So on page 2, when it said both parties agree to cooperate in all of the child's educational needs, and they further agree to see that all homework and special projects are considered with regular time periods set aside so that they can successfully accomplish. You see in there that it talks about that you guys will agree to child's educational needs, right? You remember reading that?
Yep.
And do you remember under paragraph 5, it says the parties will consult together and not decide unilaterally concerning major decisions involving health, education, and welfare of the child. And if the parties cannot agree, the parties will either participate in friend of the court mediation or set the matter for hearing so the court may decide. Do you remember that?
Yep.
So what's not clear about that says that you had to consult with Miss Morgan regarding major decisions involving education.
It's been a while since I read that, and I honestly, I just forgot about that part, I guess, and it's hard for me to communicate with Taylor on stuff like that when she's in prison.
So you said that you sent Miss Morgan a JPEG last Thursday or Friday, correct?
Just Thursday.
Okay, and before then was back in February or March of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, so prior to December of 2023, how many times did you send a JPEG to Taylor Morgan?
I'd say 5 or 6 times.
Isn't it true that you have sent her 0 before November of 2023?
But yes, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I had no way to. I didn't know how to get a hold of her. Nobody ever informed me of how to get a hold of her.
So who did you reach out to try to find out how to get a hold of her?
After I confronted Jamie and Carlina about them having Chloe talk to him, they informed me how I could do it.
Oh, so they informed you while you were having your argument on how to do it, right?
No, that wasn't an argument. We were talking.
Okay. Isn't it true that, as I understand, you said that majority of the time, Kelsey would drop off Chloe at Carlina's and Jamie's, correct?
Yeah, she would do most of the dropping off. I would do most of the picking up.
Well, I guess let me get clarification on that. I guess I had in my notes that you said about 50-50 you would pick up.
Well, no, that's what I was saying. Like drop off and pick up is 50-50, not just the pickup.
How long would you stay over there when you pick up?
Not long. It just would depend.
On average, how long would you stay over there?
Not long at all.
Okay. So when Taylor Morgan was in jail, would you ever go visit her at the jail with Chloe?
No.
Did you try to set up anything for Chloe to have communication or visitations with Taylor at the jail?
No.
And when I say the jail, I mean the one in Battle Creek, just for information. Isn't it true that, well, let me ask you this. What grade is Chloe in right now?
First grade.
And she went to Penfield schools prior, right?
Yep.
And would she have much homework, I guess, in kindergarten?
No.
Okay. Just so I understand, maybe things have changed since I went to school. Kindergarten, is there a grade system?
Not really in kindergarten. More so now in first grade there is.
When you say more so, I guess help me understand that.
Like they actually get graded on like stuff that they do now and stuff. They get like actual like report cards and stuff.
Okay, so she's already got report cards this year?
No, not this year.
Okay. And so when did she start school?
No, she started at the end of September.
So she's been on the end of September, so she just started.
Yeah, she just started a little over a month ago.
So you mean the end of August?
Or yeah,
Are you
yeah. I can't.
are you sure you're not on drugs?
I'm 100%
Object, Your Honor.
positive. Too. I'm just not very good with dates.
Are you willing to do a hair follicle test at the expense of my clients?
If they do one, yeah.
Are you willing to do a hair follicle test at the expense of my clients?
If they do one,
That's not
no, then no. If they're not
No,
going to do
okay.
one,
Okay. Isn't it true back in 2022, your wife got into a serious car crash?
yep,
And unfortunately, her son passed away.
yeah, our son passed away. Yep,
Isn't it true she was drinking and driving on that date?
no,
She has a felony on her record, correct?
correct.
Do you accept responsibility, or do you? Let me rephrase that. Do you believe that your wife has accepted responsibility for her role in the death of your child?
Well, absolutely
So she admits she did wrongdoing.
not wrongdoing. No, it was an accident.
Okay.
She accepts
she
that
has-
she was the driver of the car when our son died. Yes, she accepts that.
Okay, but she now has a felony on the record, but she doesn't accept that she was at fault.
Sure, I guess I don't understand what you're saying there, but yeah, sure.
Well, as I understand, you said that she accepts that it was
It was an accident. Yes,
an accident, but she didn't do anything wrong.
right.
Okay. But she still has a felony on her record if she did nothing wrong, correct?
Yeah, she took a plea deal. Yeah.
Okay. So she really has not accepted her role in that accident.
Subject to relevance
What
to
does that have to do
grandparenting
with this?
time.
I don't understand. I don't
Mr.
understand.
Concrete, Mr. Concrete, your attorney can object and address those things. You can't.
Well, it just upsets me when he's talking about my
Mr.
dead son.
Concrete,
That's
I
ridiculous.
said you cannot. Okay,
Mm.
no exceptions, no argument, etc. Your attorney will do that. Go ahead, Miss Reed.
I don't see how this is relevant to grandparenting time.
How is it, Mr. Barton?
Well, it kind of goes to the best interest factors. We're dealing with, at least testimony that we have, Kelsey Cronkite is so much time involved, and he's not willing to accept her role. She's not willing to accept her role in a serious accident. I think it goes to the best interest factors.
Okay, well, I think he's answered that, so let's move on.
Okay. Mr. Cronkite, isn't it true that you have maligned and said horrible things about Taylor Morgan to Carlina and Jamie?
No. Wait, what?
Isn't it
Can you the screen keeps freezing up on me. I keep getting pieces of what you're saying.
Isn't it true that you have maligned and said horrible things about Taylor Morgan to Carlina and Jamie?
No.
You have not said one bad thing about her.
I've said that the stuff that she's done and is putting Chloe through with her being gone is not right, but I didn't downgrade her as a person, no.
Then why every time in your pleadings you have to bring up that she's in prison and just say she's a druggie?
I never said that she was a druggie.
Well, you're inferring it every time you file a pleading with the court. You think the court doesn't remember the previous pleadings? You have to keep bringing it up?
Well, I just feel as if it's not right. Yeah.
And you talk about my client supposedly attacking you, and you have no issue attacking everyone else. Isn't that correct?
I'm not attacking anyone.
Isn't it true you maligned me in text messages to my clients? Talking about Attorney Bartel.
I would
I don't
object how
recall,
that's
no.
relevant at all.
How is it relevant, Mr. Bartel?
I'll move on, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just being a smart ass.
Your Honor, he's
Mr. Concrete, no editorial comment. You're just there to answer questions. That's it.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
What efforts have you made in the last 9 or 10 months to have Taylor Morgan's family have interaction with Chloe?
No, I haven't.
What role, if anything, do you take in this? Do you think you have any fault at all?
Any fault for what?
Breakdown of the relationship between Chloe and the grandparents, or your relationship with the grandparents?
No, not at all.
You're
I
perfect,
simply
right?
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
Did you say I'm perfect? I never. No, I'm not perfect. I was still responding to your answer. Nobody's perfect.
So this counselor that you said you reached out to, when did you reach out to this counselor and leave a message?
It was the same day I sent Taylor a JPay. It was this Thursday or Friday.
This past Thursday or Friday?
Yes.
And what kind of message did you leave? Was it voicemail or an email?
It was a voicemail just stating my name and my daughter's name, Chloe, and saying that I got referred to her as to put Chloe in counseling.
Isn't it true that you had previously raved about both Carlina and Jamie about how great of grandparents they were with Chloe?
I'm
No.
going to object. It was asked and answered.
No, not that way.
Well, it was asked in a little bit different way, Miss Reed. I understand, but I don't think he's ever asked about being or raving about what grandparents they were. So I'll allow it. You can answer it, sir.
Oh, no.
Isn't it true at the end of November 2023, when there was a breakdown of the relationship between you and the grandparents, that you went over to their place and you started to yell at Carlina?
Was not yelling. I was simply talking.
Isn't it true that you told her that she was just buying Chloe's love by taking her shopping all the time and taking her to Chuck E. Cheese?
No, that's not true.
Isn't it true that you told Carlina, you're making my life difficult with my wife at home because I have to hear about this all of the time?
No, it's not true.
So did you used to have a relationship with Cindy and Don Plain?
Yes.
How close of a relationship did you have with them?
I mean, not the closest, just I'd see him every once in a while, and it was my yeah, I mean, not the closest of relationship, no, but we had a relationship, yes.
So you wouldn't go over for the family dinners? Is that correct?
Yeah, we would.
You would?
Yeah,
Routinely?
yeah.
How often was that?
I went almost every time Kelsey and my daughter and all my other kids went. There's maybe 3 or 4 times I didn't go.
And how often was that?
I would say once to twice a month.
And so you would take your daughter over there, correct?
Yes.
And so they got to know Chloe, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you had indicated that there's fighting between Jamie and Carlina. You said Tyler would be present, is that correct?
Yes.
What time period are we talking about?
I'm talking all the way from when I first got with Taylor until I stopped going over to Jamie and Carlina's in November. So like 2018 till now.
Isn't it true back in February of 2024, you had told Gloria Coffey that you were going to call the cops on her if she asked to see Chloe anymore?
I just told her if she didn't stop blowing up my phone that yes, I would.
And she wasn't threatening you, correct?
No.
She was just asking to see Chloe, correct?
Yeah, to an extent.
And
then
isn't
she
it
would-
true? And isn't it true? She said, I don't get this. You said I could see Chloe, and now you're not letting me to see Chloe.
Yeah, that's because I was gonna bring Chloe over there the one day, and then Chloe complained that she was feeling anxious and
You can't state what Chloe
All right.
said.
all right, well, my daughter told me she was feeling anxious and didn't want to go.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. You can't say what the child said.
Okay, so I just want to be clear with you, Mr.
Can I say she complained about an upset stomach? Or is that all right?
So I just want to be also clear. End of November, beginning of December was the last time that you took Chloe over to see Carlina and Jamie and the whole family, correct?
Right.
I'm talking about February of 2024. So, and you said you admitted that Gloria was sending you texts in February of 2024, correct?
Yes.
And she was seeking to see her great granddaughter, correct?
Correct.
And you agreed to it originally in February of 2024.
I did.
Okay. And you never explained in any text to Gloria why you were stopping her from seeing Chloe, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that Gloria would put money into your account for you to buy stuff?
Absolutely not.
Isn't it true that she would give you money at times?
Absolutely not. She's never gave me any money.
Did she ever buy stuff for you and your children?
Yeah, they did go school shopping one time. Yep.
Are you willing to facilitate a relationship between Chloe and the grandparents?
To an extent, yes.
But you admit that you have not made any effort in the last 9 months, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Just a minute. Okay, Miss Reed, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Ori, when you say you're willing to facilitate a relationship between Chloe and the grandparents to an extent, what do you mean by that?
If they can respect me as Chloe's father and not ask my daughter to lie to me.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. that the lack of foundation and speculation.
Ms. Reed?
I don't believe this is speculation. This is like ground rules of what he would agree to, facilitating any sort of grandparenting time.
Okay, I'll let him testify as to that as his ground rules, so to speak.
All right, can you continue?
Yeah. So yeah, if they don't have my daughter lie to me, yes, I would facilitate it. And if they apologize for everything that they've put me through, and if they realize what they've done is wrong, and then yeah, something we could figure something out. Yeah.
And do you believe a counselor would be beneficial for that?
It could be.
With everything that's happened, would you be willing to sit down with a counselor with Carlina and Jamie?
Yeah, I mean, it's something I would consider. Yeah. Right now it's kind of hard to say yes. Uh, yeah, I mean, I would, yes, if the circumstances were right.
Okay. You want to take a brief breakout room with my client?
Yes.
Yeah. I guess
Yeah.
no, I'm going to object to that, Your Honor. It's no different in court if we have someone on the stand or a deposition, and she's just going to say, come off the witness stand and let me go talk to you now.
Okay. Well, I understand, but there's times that the parties, as they could, even if we're in court, they could ask for a brief recess. And so I'm going to allow it. Miss Reed will put you and Mr. Conkright in a breakout room. How long do you need, Miss Reed?
Probably 5 minutes.
Okay. Why don't we do this? Why don't we just take a recess? Why don't we take it for 10 minutes and then we'll be back?
Okay, let me pause the rec.
That there will be, oops, sorry, click on. There's an agreement that there will be grandparenting time in this matter, and it will occur in this fashion. There will be reintegration counseling sessions with Margaret Hunter, and grandparents will be responsible for that reintegration counseling payment. However, Mr. Cronkite has to first submit it to his insurance, and whatever is not picked up by that, then my clients will be on the hook for those counseling sessions. Reintegration is to occur as follows: that no later than 3 months after the first session, grandparents will receive every other weekend grandparenting time from either after school, or if school is not in session, then 6 p.m. until the following Sunday at 6 p.m. They will also receive 2 non-consecutive weeks in the summer, and they will also receive a 4-hour period during the Christmas week, but they have to give 2 weeks notice for the 4-hour period that they wish to have. During the reintegration period, there will be no grandparenting time until after the 3rd session with Margaret Hunter. Then Margaret Hunter will make the decision as to what that looks like between after the 3rd session and no later than 3 months after counseling started, as to what that grandparenting time would be for the reintegration. My grandparents or whoever is exercising or going to have the time with Chloe will have to pick her up. And then there is currently We had a discussion with Dr. Haugen, and he's going to get us a list of things that he believes should be worked on during the counseling sessions, such as no secrets, communication, privacy, and that will be provided to Margaret Hunter. Also, there is a motion set for Monday, and it is my understanding that it is a motion for attorney's fees and costs by the plaintiff, and that will be withdrawn with regards to this matter.
Okay, was that withdrawn with prejudice?
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
Is that the full agreement, Mr. Bartel?
I believe so. I guess if the other side thinks I missed something.
Okay, Ms. Reed, is that the full agreement?
I believe so, but I believe we were kind of integrating the temporary order that Your Honor entered at the beginning of this matter. And in that temporary order, there was a notice period for the summer break parenting time. And I think that we should just incorporate that same notice period into this so we know which weeks we're talking about, and my client has notice for that.
Okay. Any problem with that, Mr. Bartel, using the temporary order, the notice provision for the summer?
I think that was a 30-day period before you're going to exercise the uninterrupted. I think that is appropriate.
Okay. Good. With that, why don't we have the parties, Ms. Toledo and Mr. Concrete, you can unmute yourself. We're going to inquire of you if that's your understanding of the agreement and if you accept it. So, Mr. Bartel, because you went first, I'll let you go first with Ms. Toledo.
Okay. I guess we got to get her unmuted.
Well, she has to unmute it.
Miss Toledo, did you hear that?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear the full agreement that was placed on the record here?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
This is
Oh, I'm sorry, Aaron. Yes.
No, that's fine.
I'll tell you, after today, he can have my job though, so.
Oh, I bet.
I'll take your robe if it fits.
Okay, it will. Go ahead, Mr. Bartel.
Okay. You heard the entire agreement placed on the record here?
Yes, I did, Aaron.
Did you understand the agreement placed on the record?
Yes, I do.
And do you want to enter into that agreement and be bound by that agreement?
Yes, I do.
And you're not being threatened, forced, or coerced to enter into that agreement?
No.
And you understand that you have the ability to continue forward with this evidentiary hearing. However, it would be ultimately up to the judge, and you could do the same or something similar. You could do better or you could do worse. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
And notwithstanding that, you want to enter into this agreement and be bound by the agreement placed on the record?
Yes, please.
And you understand that you cannot go back in time and say, wait a second, I want to undo that. You understand that?
Correct. Yes.
May it please the court.
Okay. Ms. Reed, if you would inquire of your client.
Ari, can you hear me?
Yes.
Did you hear the agreement that Mr. Bartel placed on the record?
Yes.
Do you understand that agreement?
Yes.
Is that your understanding of the full and complete agreement regarding all issues today?
Yes.
And you understand that we are on day 2 in an evidentiary hearing in this matter, and you have a right to continue in this evidentiary hearing, and you could do better, you could do worse, you can do substantially similar to this agreement?
Yes.
And understanding that you are wanting to enter into this agreement and be bound by it?
Yes.
And you understand that, like Mr. Bartel said, there's no takesy-backsies once this order is entered?
Yes.
You had no ample opportunity to discuss this agreement with me?
Yes.
Is anyone coercing you or threatening you into coming to an agreement today?
No.
Do you have any questions for me?
No.
If it pleases the court.
Thank you, and thank you all. I guess I'll inquire of Miss Morgan. Miss Morgan, is there anything you have to say in this matter?
No, I just want them to get along until I can come home.
Okay. Well, it sounds like we're taking the first and maybe a second or multiple steps to doing that. So everybody's to be commended for that. And the only thing I'll ask, I guess, Mr. Bartel, that you would prepare the appropriate order and get it submitted to Miss Reed for her signature and then to the court.
I'll do that. Thank you, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Thank you all. You're free to go and have a wonderful day.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. You too.